There we go. This guy's the streamer now. Check him out. This is the biggest canvas we could find at the Joanne when they were going out of business. I've had this canvas for like a year, and I finally just decided to finally do this recently. I've owed it to Victor for a long time. But, you know, even then it's not really as big as a wet dry roll painting should be, but like this is the biggest one we could get, so, you know. This is not related to Donkey Kong, but I just wanted to show you all. Wow! I bonked it on the ceiling! He's fine. Hold on. I might have to touch up the, like, upper left corner of it a little bit now because I bonked it on the ceiling. But yeah, that was supposed to be a Christmas present for Victor last year, and I kept putting it off, and then we had, like, work being done in our basement earlier this year, so I put it off even more, and then so finally, like, a year late, I finally did it, but... Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and... Whenever I upload this on YouTube, whenever that is, I'm gonna cut out, like, so much the early part of this, oh well. I guess we were gonna start with, one of these Nintendo powers here, and then I will get into what we're doing today. Let me go ahead and, like, find it. Okay, so, I'm finally gonna get, like, for real started here. So, I'm gonna explain a little bit about what we're doing today. We are going to be looking at, so, we're gonna time travel back. We already played Donkey Kong Country in the last episode, our first episode of the Kremling Kronology, but we're going to time travel back a little bit to before the game even came out. And we are going to put ourselves in the mindset of being a little Nintendo kid back in the 90s and hearing about this game for the first time. This game that is unlike anything most people have ever seen before. It's a mind-blowing new game full of monkeys and crocodiles. So we're going to see how Nintendo Power was describing this game, and we're also going to look at the Nintendo Power Player's Guide, which I believe didn't actually come out until a few months after the game had been released, but yo, a hype train, wow, thanks guys. But we're also going to be watching a video, which was, I think you could get it in the mail, like you could order it, but also, you could also just get it at certain game stores and Blockbuster and that type of thing, but it was a VHS that was trying to sell you on Donkey Kong Country, so we'll be watching that at the end. But, so Exalt, from what I understand is, I mean, Nintendo was just kind of looking for ways to reinvent themselves and, put themselves like on a par, or ideally for them, of course, ahead of Sega and what Sega was doing at the time. So they wanted something a little more, like, mature, I guess. So they were like, we're going to take one of our classic old characters and sort of reinvent him for a new generation in a way that's a little bit more, like... I don't want to say, like, edgy. I wouldn't say DKC is edgy, but it's got more of that, like, you know, winking at the audience sort of thing, like this is something that maybe older kids can appreciate, or even adults, because, like, my dad was super into DKC, he's the reason I'm into DKC, just having that, like, humor to it, and a little bit more of, like, edge in its writing, I guess, and maybe the maturity with the music and the just, like, theming and everything, so, yeah, instead of, I think they kind of hit the perfect balance there with, instead of trying to invent a completely new IP, they reached back and they took Donkey Kong, you know, one of their most iconic characters, of course, after Mario, who had sort of just been not really relevant for a while, and reinvented it into the new generation of Donkey Kong with, you know, this new DK and his little buddy Diddy. Yeah, exactly. Yes, dude. So this Nintendo Power... Oh, there's lyrics in this song. Sorry, I cannot have people singing under me talking. I'm gonna actually turn the music down a little bit. So yeah, what you're listening to right now is the OC Remix album, Kong in Concert. I'm not gonna have the, like, music display up. Also, this song is maybe a little bit too distracting. I'm gonna go back to, like, these earlier ones. So this is the OC Remix album, Kong in Concert. I'm not gonna have the music display up at the bottom because I don't want it to take up too much space, but in case you're wondering what you're listening to here. So anyway, this is the Nintendo Power issue 63, I believe. And it is the first one where Donkey Kong Country was ever talked about because it is the one that came out right after it was revealed at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show, I think is what it was called. So if you see me, like, leaning forward, it's because I'm trying to, like, read without having to look at my own stream preview, but, anyway, now that we've looked a lot at this... By the way, has anyone played Stunt Race FX? Because I also rented that when I was a kid, and this game is really cute. It's a cute little racing game, but, it does not really look like it's... So this kind of makes it look like it might also be a pre-rendered game and had these little, like, clay characters, I guess, that are little model cars or whatever, but I don't think the real game actually looks like that from what I remember. This is one of the games that I played. Yo, I will get you a sound effect in a bit, Krina. I need to talk through this right now, but, this is one of those games I rented as a kid that I, like, revisited a few years ago. Well, it's probably, like, 7 or something years ago now, but I haven't played it again since then. It's a cute little racing game, but, you know, I just thought the cars were cute, so I wanted to play it. Yeah, it didn't really look like the way that the, like, promo art made me think it was going to look. That is okay. We have not really gotten started on anything yet. This is par for the course, so I will go ahead and get your sound effect now, though. Alright, here you go. You can't even, like, hear that. I was, like, jumping on a roller coaster. Here, I'll get you a better one. There we go. That one's better. That one's better for sure. Hey, BCF. I have been doing... You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been doing that great this past month, but I'm doing better now. Okay, you know what? I should have probably turned the sound effects off for this. I'm gonna get interrupted constantly. Oh well, though. Here's another one. This is the minecart. That's very similar to the roller coaster one we just got. So again, I'll give you a better one. That's putting in the VCR tape in DKC3, which is actually relevant to what we're going to do later, so I will leave that one. That one's good. Alright. You know, it sounds like it's been a rough month for everyone, so, you know, some people actually far, far more than me, so, let's just all give each other a big hug right now. Like, seriously, it feels like things have just been going kind of poorly for a lot of people recently, so big, crocodile hug from me. But yeah, let's all just have a fun time tonight and look at these old 90s magazines. Alright, so now that you've really internalized that it's easier to eat 4 pounds of cafeteria meatloaf than beat someone who reads Nintendo Power, wait until you see, like... See, it's kind of interesting. I'm looking at the 2-page view here, but it's, like, split, I think, because, like, that's the title. So what you'd open it and you would see a spread, and the spreads are separated in this 2-page view, which is a little unfortunate. So it makes me wonder if I should just go back to the 1-page view after all. Anyway, here's the other part of the spread there, is this cafeteria lady. And it says, nothing helps you play tougher, live longer, and dish out more lumps than the world's #1 video gaming magazine. Now, we're not going to look at every single page of this magazine that doesn't have to do with Donkey Kong Country, or we'd be here all day. I kind of think I just want to go back to the 1-page view if it's going to be split up like this anyway, but we'll see. So, I think this doesn't talk about DKC until, There's like a preview of upcoming games section, so I gotta find that. Look at all the stunt race stuff. I think this one had a feature on Beauty and the Beast, though. Is that correct? I was previewing some of these earlier. It sure does. Game which I was for a time the second place speedrunner of, but that is no longer the case. I no longer have the Silver Gaston trophy, unfortunately. That game is legit not good. Man, this Secret of Mana stuff is cool. If you like that game, check out this issue of Nintendo Power, issue 63. It's got some good stuff in here. Where's the dang Beauty and the Beast feature? Hell yeah. Man, they're working hard to make this look like a good game that you should buy. Wait, hold on. Shaq Fu? Wait, is this Shaq Fu? Yes, it is. Hell yeah. Okay. Anyway, Cool Spot. That's like, okay, I've played Cool Spot. It's better than a game about the 7-Up mascot should be, I guess. It's not a good game, though. I would not say it's a good game. Alright, Itchy and Scratchy Golf? What the... There's all kinds of, like, licensed Super Nintendo games that I just didn't even know existed. Okay, I'm trying to... There we go. I have found the Donkey Kong Country section. You know what? I think we're just gonna go back to the, like, one-page view here. And I am going to just kind of leave it like this. No reason not to. But I can see it a lot better on my view of it. We're gonna zoom in, and I'm going to correct this a bit. More setup, yay. This will be faster, though. There we go. That looks fine. Alright. Much better, much better. Okay. I don't know if there is an offset option. There don't seem to be that many options, honestly. You know what? I'll put the chronology in front again. Where is it? There we go. Alright, all good. Okay, let's go back to where it talks about DKC. I should have took note of what page that was on. I think it was past here. Hey, if you want to know... Okay, so like when they announced Donkey Kong Country, this is what the hottest games were at the time in August 1994. So, Super Metroid was #1, and then we had NBA Jam, had some, you know, sports games going on here, and then we had A Link to the Past, which... That was already, like, a few years old at this point, right? But everybody still loved it, I guess, and then... In the Game Boy, we had Wario Land, and Link's Awakening, and Kirby's Dream Land, which Victor loves that game. Victor, big Kirby's Dream Land fan. Alright, here we go. We made it. We made it to the relevant part. You know, 30 minutes into the stream once again. Okay. So, this is interesting because this was a big deal for Nintendo, but because this had, like, just been announced, and they probably had, like, the layout of most of this magazine put together already, so they didn't even, like, make a big deal out of it. I don't think it says anything about Donkey Kong Country on the table of contents of this, or we can go back and look, or, like, the cover or anything, but, you know, squeezed in here at the very end, when we're looking into the games of the future, Pack Watch, we have a little feature on Donkey Kong Country. Now, you may recognize the name, but the game will astound you, just as it did us and everyone else who has seen, heard, and played it. I agree with that. Nintendo's Donkey Kong Country for the Super NES launches a new era of super programming that will feature games far in advance of anything you've ever seen on any video game system, and it accomplishes all this on your Super NES. Sure, it sounds like so much hype. That is, until you check it out for yourself. Out of more than 1,000 games this Packwatcher has seen over the years, this 800-pound, 32-megabit ape outpowers them all. Some people were talking about the decline of 16-bit game systems, but DK Country corked that pretty fast. The 3D graphics and animation in this Super Mario World-sized action game are so good that it puts to shame the other high-end video game systems. Naturally, your inquiring minds have been asking your Pac Prof. Alright, buddy, calm down. How is all this possible? Well, it isn't simple. The brain trust at Rare in the UK worked with Nintendo to create what is undoubtedly one of the most sophisticated development studios in the world. Utilizing millions of dollars worth of silicon graphics workstations, the programmers were able to create staggeringly realistic 3D animations. Yeah, like, they went and studied actual, like, buff crocodile men, and they were like, this is how they actually walk. You know, they studied some actual crocodile men with real nipples, and were like, yes, this is staggeringly realistic and accurate. Once you've created the computer animations, it's a much smaller step, like that moonwalk thing, to adapt them for use in the Super NES. Next month, we'll take a look at the making of Donkey Kong Country. Now that's the real stuff. We're gonna get to that in a minute. Okay, you're thinking, so it looks like a billion. A billion what? It looks like a billion bananas. But what about the play? The play is the thing, right? Also, I don't know why, like, every image here, I don't know if it's like this in the original or if it's just the scan, but it looks like it's watercolor or something. It looks just like it's wet. Like, it's just the ink all ran together. Yeah, well, look, why is there, like, a clump in, like, every picture here? They just, no, they knew what they were selling people on. They were like, check this guy out. Look, he's under the spotlight, and he's here. They were like, we're gonna put clump everywhere. It's like a Majima everywhere from Yakuza, but it's clump everywhere. They should goddamn be proud of him, alright? I'm glad they were. As we discussed last time, he's like the secret, he's like the secret star of this whole thing. He's actually more powerful than K. Rool. That's why he hasn't come back into the spotlight yet, because they're saving him. They're saving him. He's like the, you know, K. Rool was just like the starting act, you know? Anyway. Here it is in a barrel. You've got DK and Diddy, his chimpish pal, loping, running... Loping? That's like a weird first verb to go with. Running, rolling, swinging, swimming, climbing, jumping, riding, stomping, scratching, high-fiving, barrel blasting, and grinning like apes. Okay, they are apes, like, don't have to dunk on them. As they ride the rails toward imminent disaster. Let's set the scene. You got snow, you got jungle, you've got coral reefs, deep caverns, more jungle cliffs, tunnels, sunsets, night, day, and more bananas than Chiquita. You'll also run into a mob of wild creatures, but some of them are your pals, like a rhino and an ostrich. So what's the bottom line from Packwatch? DK rules the jungle. Believe it. Alright, you know, they don't mention the crocodile specifically, but, you know, Clump is there. He's the only Kremling that exists, is him. There he is. Yeah, that's, I know what lope means, but that's like a weird one to start with. Like, I guess they just kind of like walk in with some swag, I guess. I don't know. Like, that's not like the most exciting thing to say about your video game characters. Like, they can lope. Bubsy too, hell yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a Bubsy fan, not even ironically, but I do think the Bubsy 4D looks good. Credit where it's due. I might check that game out at some point. Anyway, we got some more. We interrupt your normal reading to bring you this CES special report! The beast is back! Donkey Kong... The way they did this with, like, a reflection is kind of a weird choice. This is interesting. It's, like, not really a reflection, but it looks like it is. Because... it's not, like, upside down, but it looks like it should be. That's, like, kind of a cool graphic design thing. Like, hey, Maori, how's it going? Well, thank you, Twitch, for recommending my stream where I'm just looking at Nintendo Powers today. We're having a good time. I played Bubsy 1 and 2 as a kid, and I did not like them. I did not think that they were good. But, you know, I'm gonna give the new one a chance, because it actually does look good, the new 3D platformer. Alright. So, I wish we could see this image in higher quality because, again, for some reason, the scan of this magazine, all of the images look like they have had the, like, watercolor filter in Photoshop, like, put over them. So this is, like, DK on his treehouse, but it's, like, impossible to tell what anything looks like. But anyway. Hold on. I feel like we gotta set the mood with, we gotta go back to like, this song for this. The jungle, early morning. Dew steams off the dense leaves. A monkey chitters nervously in the high canopy. What does that say? A lion. Okay. A lion growls. Parrots burst from a tree and shoot away in fear. You hear distant thunder and feel the earth shudder. Something is coming. Something huge. If you listen, you can hear it coming. Something almost beyond belief. Nothing can stand in its way. Giant trees crash down and native drums pound a warning, faster, 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 and suddenly he's there, like some legend come to life. Donkey Kong, in the ultimate 16-bit game of all time. Well, until DKC 2 came out, of course. Welcome to Donkey Kong Country. The world caught its first glimpse of this mythic beast at Summer CES, Consumer Electronics Show, in Chicago. They were stunned. They were awed. Many thought the game concealed some new technology, a chip or processor in the game pack, but the technology was all in the programming, and the credit went to Rare Limited, yay, and Nintendo, who brought the beast back to life. How big is Donkey Kong Country? Too big for Sega. Yeah, get fucking owned, Sega. Get wrecked. They didn't dare show themselves at all. And 3DO and Jaguar cowered in the shadowy corners. Enough said for now. I mean, yeah, 3DO and Jaguar, you just really don't hear too much about them anymore. Even though, Jaguar would be an appropriate place to have, like, a jungle-themed game, I guess, but... Technological terrors. Well, I guess this part is about, Killer Instinct and Cruisin' USA, because that's what it says in red, stamped, like, so powerfully over the regular text you can barely even read the, like, regular words there. I don't know if, Cruisin' USA is, like, a terror, but... Yeah, Killer Instinct for sure, but, you know, there's a lot of scary characters in that game, but I guess if you drive really fast, that is scary. You could crash. There's, like, some cruising game I used to play at the arcades when I was a kid where you could, like, run over a cow and it would just burst into a bunch of meat, and I thought that was kind of upsetting. So that's kind of terrifying, I guess. Anyway, so the Illusion of Gaia apparently uses the same... no, Uniracers is what uses the same processes as Donkey Kong Country. So, I'm just skimming for more, DK references here. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about last week. Donkey Kong Land is mentioned here, along with the very first mention of Donkey Kong Country in Nintendo Power. So they already had the Game Boy counterpart in mind, like, when they were working on DKC. It wasn't just like... oh, DKC is gonna be super big and successful, let's quickly make a Game Boy version. Like, they were already working on both of them at the same time, and they do mention Donkey Kong Land, when they're revealing... This is, like, the only mention of it, though, I think. And then, we got... oh, man. Yo, is that Demon's Crest? Hell fucking yeah, I love Demon's Crest. Does it even, like... yeah, there it is. There, it's mentioned right there. Just trying to see what else is, contemporary here. This is just, like, all of the stuff that they were, like, I guess showing off at this, E3 predecessor, the Consumer Electronics Show. I think it just, like, took me off guard the first time it happened. Like, I just accidentally hit a cow and it exploded. I was like, I killed it! I was, like, so upset. Yeah, but I think that's gonna be all of the Donkey Kong Country stuff in this issue. But if you want to look at these Power Challenge trading cards, you got Wario here. This one seems like... you get a trading card, it's just like a soccer ball. That one seems really underwhelming. Like, oh, I got Wario. Who did you get? I got a soccer ball. Yeah, I've seen the like Matt McMuscle's video on Rise of the Robots. I really like his worst fighting games series, even though I don't know anything about fighting games, but I like hearing people talk about the things that they are passionate about. So I've watched like all of those. Alright. Oh, here is your sort of Donkey Kong related advertisement, but this is for Donkey Kong, the Game Boy game, also known as Donkey Kong 94. But yeah, this one had just come out, I think they came out in like June or July of this year, so at the time this magazine came out in August, it was pretty new. And I know that Donkey Kong was like one of the main things they were like pushing with the Super Game Boy, because it was kind of made with the Super Game Boy in mind. It had a lot of like features that would only, like, I think it had some like maybe extra levels. I could be making that up. It had like some cool stuff that was like exclusive to the Super Game Boy though, like sound effects and things. So I do have a Super Game Boy. And I don't think we have a copy of Donkey Kong though. When I played it through other means, but I don't think we have like a Game Boy cartridge of it. Thank you, retromags.com. Alright. Now we're going to go to issue number 64, which is the next one, and I have to... This one is in a different format, so I have to change my... change this a little bit here. Now you can't see the chronology again, but only because it's like white. White on white. That's okay. We'll live. Yeah, you should come by when I play Donkey Kong Land, which will be, I don't know, maybe before the end of the year, maybe in January, but Donkey Kong Land is really cool, actually. It's pretty creative. It has a lot of, like, weird-ass shit in it, but it can be a little frustrating to play, but I like it a lot for, you know, its creativity and all that. Alright, so this is September 1994, so I think there's a little, yeah, this is when they promised to have the making of DKC, so I haven't really looked at it yet, but I'm excited to see what they talk about in this one. Gotta keep my eye on the ad timer, we have plenty of time. Yes, I will be going over, like, pretty much all of the official, like, comics and mangas and stuff that are uploaded on the internet. And not all of them have translations, unfortunately, so some of them are just going to be looking at, and it's like, I don't know what's actually going on here, but I like it. It's all about the illustrations, you know? Like, I think for a lot of the gag ones, you don't need to be able to understand what is being said. You can kind of, like, just get it from the context of the illustrations, but unfortunately, I cannot speak Japanese, so... And I could do that thing where you, like, translate it on your phone for every single panel, but that... maybe if we have a lot of questions about what's going on, but not for most of them. Alright. Nintendo Power is packed with killer tips. Explaining body piercing to parents isn't one of them. So, you know, very, very 90s. This is, yeah, like, this is when Nintendo was starting to try and be a little bit more, like, hip with the youths, I guess. They, you know, around about, like, when they were launching DKC is when they were doing their Play It Loud campaign, and they were trying to be, like, a little more hip. They were trying to be like, yeah, Nintendo, we're as cool as Sega, like, check out our, like, cool ads that are gonna make the teenagers laugh. So. Is his mask a set of human vertebrae? Yes. I don't know anything about Mortal Kombat, but I'm just gonna say yes. Alright. So, let's see. The making of Donkey Kong Country is on page 66. But let's go ahead and see what else we got here. Oh yeah, I wanted to see in the last one. Sorry, I'm just flipping back. The format's gonna be all messed up. I don't think it mentions DKC on the... anywhere. On the, like... Yeah, I don't think it calls it out anywhere on the table of contents or anything. But it does have, you know, the behind-the-scenes Shaq Fu, so that's important. Alright. Lots of Mortal Kombat stuff here. It's him! It's Bomberman! Aw, Bomberman's so good. Bomberman... We love Bomberman here. Mainly because Victor loves Bomberman, but Victor turned me into a Bomberman appreciator. I had never played a Bomberman game in my life before I met Victor, and now I've played all of the N64 ones. And that's it. I think I've only played the N64 ones, but... Alright, you know, this is kind of related. It's a rare game made with similar technology, but we are not going to be looking at Killer Instinct today, sorry. Well, you know, we can appreciate this spread because it's really cool. Like, I actually don't know anything about Killer Instinct, really. I've never been a fighting game person, but... Riptor is cool. Alright. Pocky and Rocky. There we go. Why did this get so goddamn big all of a sudden? What the hell? Why is it huge? Why did it, like, mega zoom in? What is going on here? Like, the second I hit the... Did they, like, scan this in? Yeah, it's just, like, bigger. They, like, scanned it at a higher resolution than the rest of it. Like, what the... I mean, yes, it deserves to be big, but, like, it's kind of messing up my, like, stream layout here. This is interesting because it doesn't actually, like... I can't see the, like, bottom part of it. It's only this. It's, like, I don't understand. Like, you can't, like, scroll down and see DK. You can only see... Was this, like, a poster? Maybe this was a poster. And they just scanned in, like, the top part of it or something. I don't understand what's happening. Yeah, I think this might have been a poster. And maybe it's just, like, they kept it folded into the the Nintendo Power, and they didn't tear it out or something. I don't know. But this is, like, what you see is what you get, okay? You get to see Diddy and Espresso and, like, a Neki and a Slippa. That's it. Can't see anything else here. Alright, back. Oh, there we go. There's the bottom of it. Thank you. I see. Okay. So, actually, we aren't at the DKC feature yet, but this is just a little preview of what's to come. Okay, I can zoom back in a little bit now. Okay, make sure my format's still good. Yeah, if you have a link to, like, the full poster in one image, that would be cool. Oh, I think they played this on Wheel of Boomer once. That is a weekly stream that my friends Muck and Forsty do. In case you're wondering what the hell Wheel of Boomer is. There we go. We made it. Okay, I will check Discord. We will look at this poster in all its glory at the end when we're done here. It is a nice poster. I wish I had this. Actually, so I went to a retro game store once, and they had a similar poster for DKC2. It was like a big, like, vertical, like, poster of DKC2, but it was just, like, on the wall in the back of the store. And I really wanted to ask if I could buy it. Like, it wasn't for sale per se, but I was like, I'll pay you a lot for this. And I chickened out. I should have asked, but I didn't. I mean, it didn't have, like, a, you know, it wasn't a thing they were actually selling. It was, like, a decoration in the store, so they probably would have been like, no, it's not for sale, okay? But I would have paid a lot for it. Yeah, DK, his fur really, like, rides up on... a lot of the early Kong renders had that going on. Like, I don't know why they didn't make their fur go down a little further, but it's like his his fur shrunk in the wash or something. He used the heater. He ran his sweater through the dryer, and it got a little small. Yeah, they also look cold. He looks a little pale. But anyway, I think this next song is the one that had the singing in it, so I gotta skip it. No, it's not. Okay, it's the one after this one. Okay. The making of Donkey Kong Country. The video game jungle is full of surprises. When Nintendo unveiled the trophy from its latest safari, the world learned just how spectacular these surprises could be. Donkey Kong Country stunned everyone with its 3D graphics. The sophistication of the game is unrivaled in the 16-bit arena, but even more surprising, it surpasses even the best offerings from the 32-bit and 64-bit game platforms shown at the last CES. I mean, I agree. I think Donkey Kong Country is better than most, like, N64 games, but that's just me. Oh yeah, you can click this poster. You can see it there, too. I'll take a look at it at the end. Yeah, maybe, I guess they wanted his fur to be shaggy like that, but they also didn't want it to have, like, issues with potentially, like, clipping into his fingers and stuff, so they could, model his hands, making different positions and stuff without having to, like, redo his fur, because, you know, it's, like, a huge pain in the ass to do anything back then, I'm sure. Hi, Jiro. How's it going? We have been just looking at, like, the announcement, more or less, of DKC, and now we're onto this feature about the making of DKC. So, this little blurb here, this little intro paragraph about, like, when Nintendo went into the video game jungle and they came back with Donkey Kong Country, it ties into a skit they did. And I learned about this from the episode of the conversation called Donkey Kong Country in summer of '94. So apparently in this Consumer Electronics Show in the summer of 1994, when they revealed DKC. This was also kind of like Nintendo pioneering things that they would do much further in the future when they would have like a little skit. This was kind of unheard of at the time, I think. And the thing is that I don't know if there's a recording of it anywhere, but they do have like the script existing out there, or they had some way of like recreating it, because it is described in a book, which is how that, like, you know, the hosts of the conversation, who were Heil and Jim/Gibbon in this case, were able to, like, read it out. But they did this skit about, like, going out into the jungle looking for new video games, because they really needed it was kind of like a safari thing, a little, you know, like, of its time, I guess. Probably not the kind of thing they would have a skit about today, but they were like, we really gotta bring back a big one, because, like, they were very frank, too. It was very, like, focused. It was kind of inside baseball-y. It was very marketer-focused, and so they were very honest about, like, you know, like, Sega's kind of killing us out there, and we need to, like, go out and find a big success. So it was all themed around, like, going out and hunting a big one. But they had all these, like, people that worked at Nintendo and that were marketers, basically, like, pretending to be, like, on this jungle safari and, like, going out into a camp in the middle of the jungle, and it was pretty wild, no pun intended, but anyway, if you want to find out more about that, you can listen to that episode, or you can read the book Console Wars, which is what they were reading from in that episode. Anyway, so how did Nintendo do it? The story begins 3.5 years ago in the English countryside, seemingly an unlikely place to begin hunting for the biggest game in the jungle. At that time, the game developers at Rare Limited began working towards a new vision of video games. Tim Stamper, co-founder of Rare with his brother Chris, told Power that they began looking at 3D animation programming techniques because the new thrust towards digitized graphics for 16-bit game systems like the Super NES was just too limiting. The result of their search for a better, more versatile medium eventually led them toward 3D computer modeling using the most sophisticated hardware available. In the early days of the project, Rare experimented with PCs and Macs, but eventually they found that what they needed was the dedicated graphics processing power Silicon graphics workstations, which then and now have been recognized as being the best for rendering realistic 3D images. But why was digitization and the traditional methods of creating sprites considered to be so limited? The answer to that lies the methods for creating frames of animation. In the digitization process, actual film is taken of a subject, like Shaquille O'Neal and Shaq Fu, or the martial arts experts used in Mortal Kombat 2. The individual frames of film are scanned and entered in digital form into the game program, but the movements cannot be altered. A digitized sequence of frames showing an actor's kick is carved in stone, so to speak, and you'd be limited to real models. What Rare wanted was to have the freedom to make its characters perform any sort of action, including outrageous or impossible moves, and to do that, you had to be able to manipulate every element of a character. Using traditional digitizing techniques would have required a real gorilla who could be trained to grimace on command, perform somersaults, or give high fives, a daunting and expensive task, not to mention the smell mess and vast banana budget. Okay, imagine if to make DKC, they had decided they were gonna use like Mortal Kombat, but for animals. Like they just went to the zoo and were like, "Can we rent your gorilla?" And they like put a tie on him, and they just made the gorilla do various poses, and they just like put that into a game, and that was what Donkey Kong Country was. I mean, in an alternate universe, maybe one where they have a little less ethics towards animals, that could have been our reality. They could have just like gotten a gorilla like sitting and then like put him on a other picture of a rhino that they had. Honestly, that would have been kind of sick. If they could have like ethically got all those animal pictures without like bothering the animals, that would have been kind of sick, not gonna lie. Yeah. Anyway, the scene above was created using the world's most advanced game development system. And by the scene, we mean Donkey Kong and his treehouse, I guess. Anyway, I think I have one more paragraph here. Three-dimensional computer modeling provided the answer. Using Power Animator software tools from Alias, Rare could create any character it wanted and control the movements of its body and limbs with absolute precision. This next song is the one I have to skip. The characters in DK Country are so lifelike that they exist with actual skeletons in the computer environment. To create a specialized motion like the high five, the programmers just had to move the skeleton by dragging a cursor on the screen. The image of the character overlying the skeletal framework would then move along these same coordinates, creating a super realistic and fantastically smooth animation sequence. So yeah, they're just kind of like telling the viewers a little bit of how like 3D animation works with like bones and stuff, which yes, it is a skeleton, technically. It's a little deceptive though. I'm sure like any kid reading this would have thought that like they actually modeled out like Donkey Kong's entire like skeletal structure underneath there instead of just like a wire frame basically. Yeah, they had to like go to the zoo and like rent a real crocodile and make him stand up and put like fake nipples on him. That's in the alternate reality Donkey Kong Country. That's what we got. This song's a little loud. I'm trying to find like a good balance for it. How do you teach a crocodile to throw a crown or use a gun? With a lot of rewards of fish, I guess. Probably couldn't actually do that, but... So, I'm just kind of looking at these different images that we have here. I like Diddy, like, giving Espresso a pat on the head. I like that down here at the bottom it says, Rare's computer modeling technique places no limits on DK's animation. And it is true. Like, could you go out to the zoo and get a gorilla riding a swordfish? Probably not. It would be hard. And here's Chris and Tim Stamper. Again, with the images that look like they're just watercolor or something, so a little difficult to tell what they actually look like, but, you know, it's like their faces have been blurred for privacy. Tim's vision of a fully rendered video game is coming true! I'm happy for you, Tim. You did it. Oh, but wait, there's more. But we have to take our first ad break, and I have to get some more water, because reading all of this makes me really thirsty. So I will be back in a few minutes. We will... You know what? Don't read this ahead of me. I don't want you to read ahead of me. I'm going to go back to the previous page. We're going to react to the next page together. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. See ya. Yeah, the winky staring. I was going to say something about that. I was like, I don't even know what to say. Just like... Winky just looking. I should like zoom in on that, but I don't want to have to like zoom back out again and reformat things, but just look back at Winky for the entire 3 minutes that I'm gone. Look what I got. This is what we call a great late night decision. It's not that late. By my standards, anyway. It is a... I've never had Baja Blast out of a can before. This is the first time. I mean, it tastes good. Exactly. Alright. Let's move on to the Diddy, the big Diddy page. The making of Donkey Kong Country isn't only about technology. It is partially a matter of luck, perseverance, and a ton of creative effort. In the summer of 1993, Tony Harmon, product acquisitions and development manager at Nintendo of America, was visiting Rare during one of his globe-spanning journeys to find the best games in development. This guy's got a great job. He just gets to travel around looking for the best games out there. He saw a simple project in the works showing a boxer with about 10 frames of animation that utilized computer modeling techniques. He realized that the Stampers were onto something revolutionary when Rare was able to convert that boxer to the Super NES. But to make the dream come alive, Rare needed help. When Tony returned to the US, he championed the cause, and with the backing of Mr. Takeda and Mr. Miyamoto of Nintendo in Japan, obtained the go-ahead to allocate funds to apply the new technique to a Nintendo game. It was decided to return to Nintendo's roots by using Donkey Kong as the hero, because he had less background than other Nintendo characters, and that meant that Rare could have greater freedom in creating a new DK world. Well, there you have it. There's why they decided to use Donkey Kong. Yeah, Winky had to be put down for his own good. He was going mad. Mr. Miyamoto, Nintendo's ace game creator, designed a modernized DK and Tim Stamper put him into the SGI system. The other pieces of the puzzle began coming together during the fall of '93 and winter of '94. The Legion of Kremlings, there we go! There we go! This is why, this is why I'm doing this whole thing. I'm reading all these magazines just for this moment, just for this one Kremling mention. I'm gonna be real, I didn't expect them to be mentioned at all. I haven't read this, in advance or anything. I thought it was just gonna be, all about, DK and Diddy. I did not expect them to even fucking talk about the Kremlings, so we are so in there, guys. Anyway, they had been created for another game in development, but they turned out to be perfect for DK. See, this is interesting. I didn't know that information was out there that early. I thought that was something that had come out in, later interviews. Talking to Kev Bayless or whatever, he'd be like, yeah, fun fact, we didn't actually even make the Kremlings for Donkey Kong Country. We were going to use them in something else, and it didn't happen, so we just, put them in another game. I didn't realize that had been out there since, before the game even came out. That's new information for me. So that's pretty cool. They were just really frank about it. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, so it's gonna be in a game called Johnny Blastoff and the Kremling Armada, and then, when that project fell through, then they were gonna use them in Battletoads. And then, they decided to put them in DKC instead. So they just really wanted to use these guys. They did not fucking give up on the crocodiles, just like all of us throughout the many years of waiting did not give up on them. Because for the people out there who love Kremlings, when you see them, you just know that you're going to dedicate your entire life to them, and so, that makes me happy. They just were that determined to use them that they kind of got shuffled around, and then finally, yes, that they are a good fit for Donkey Kong. And they are. But we can get into why, in a little bit. Right now, let's finish reading this. Well, true, they did have to give them up to Nintendo. They had to give up their babies, but, that's just, unfortunately, they had to give up all the Donkey Kong stuff, so that's just the way it is when you make characters for, so I don't know, it's tough. I don't know if I could ever do it. I don't know if I could ever, work for a big company where I would have to, design characters that I would put my heart and soul into, and then know that, they didn't really belong to me, and that at any time I could be fired, or my subdivision could be sold off, or whatever, and then these characters would have to go on living, or perhaps dying, and perhaps becoming underutilized, or whatever, without me. That would be really hard. This is why I'm not a professional character designer. I'm too protective of my own babies that I've created. I'm I I wouldn't want to see them, like, be out of my own power. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really a choice. Like, Nintendo didn't, like, work it out with them. I get, like, Rare had to give them up because they were part of the Donkey Kong brand. It wasn't like, well, we'll trade you for the Kremlings, but we get to keep the whatever. It's like, you know, they didn't really have a choice in the matter. But anyway, where did we leave off? After talking about Kremlings? Yes. They added Diddy Kong and Cranky Kong for gameplay value. Thank you, Cranky. You provide so much gameplay value. Like, the gameplay value from Cranky is just immense. You know, his hints that only are relevant for the first world in the game, just huge. Ramby, Rhino, Winky, Frog, Espresso, Ostrich, and Unguard, Swordfish, to give the game more variety. As of August, Tim Stamper estimated the development team had logged how many... Oh, hold on, I can't read what that says. It looks like 1 G man-years of effort. Like, what does that mean? Is that 18? Does it say 18? I'm gonna have to, like, zoom in a little bit there. I don't want to have to zoom in, but yes, I guess that's a weird 18. Looks like it's scanned. It looks like 1G. I don't know what 1G man-hours would mean. Probably the most time ever spent on a single game. You know, I don't know if that's true. Like, how are they estimating that? They just feel like it, you know? Like, I feel like we've spent more time on DKC than anyone has ever spent on a game ever. It's like, yeah, that sounds right. Real G. The G stands for gamers. They spent 1 gamer-zillion man-hours on this game. G man-hours. Anyway, DK had doubters at first, but those who believed in it never gave up. That's like us with the Kremlings. That's just what I was talking about. Alright, look at this, like, turnaround of DK, but he's doing different stuff, you know? Though he's loping. This is why they had to talk about him loping. That's like the best way to describe what he's doing in that first one. He's loping. And I like the one where he's just, like, staring into your soul. This one is cool, like the second to last one. I like the pose he's doing there. I turn this song up a little bit because it's good. Okay. Behind the screens of DK Country, once it had been decided that the arcade gorilla who put Nintendo on the map more than a decade ago would break ground again with this new game. Yeah, well, if they want to see him breaking ground, they gotta wait like 30 years. We can get to DK Bonanza, then he's really breaking ground. Hey, Notator. Good luck on your finals. Just enjoy some lo-fi Nintendo Power reading tonight. Yeah, they didn't do a full turnaround because they're not showing the DK ass. That's actually a good point. That's kind of disappointing. If they really wanted to sell people on this game, they needed to show ass. Nintendo and Rare had to invest heavily in equipment and talent. The first step was to create the ultimate game development studio. As luck or foresight would have it, Nintendo had already been moving in the right direction by forging a relationship with Silicon Graphics for the Ultra 64. This partnership paid off for Rare when more than a truckload of Silicon Graphics equipment worth millions arrived. Goddamn, Rare. Even so, there were practical problems. Before the new computers could even come online, Rare had to make a further investment by providing more raw electrical power to the building. And not only did the SGI behemoths suck, or SG, I guess it's SGI. Again, the text is kind of weird. Behemoths suck energy. They also produce so much heat that during the summer months, the studio building temperature would soar to over 90 degrees inside, requiring an army mention? Of huge fans to cool both the equipment and the programmers. That sounds fucking hellish. I'm sorry, Rare. I'm sorry to everyone who... I mean, I guess it put them in, like, the tropical jungle mindset, you know? Like, they felt like they were really there, sweating it up in the jungle with Donkey Kong. Although the computers had been envisioned for developmental use for the Ultra 64, the computer modeling techniques also worked for the Super NES. The conversion to 16-bit graphics, according to Tim Stamper, was the single biggest problem, because it was pushing the Super NES far beyond what anyone thought it could do. Sort of like building an engine that could propel a Chevy to the moon. Okay, alright, it's a metaphor, I guess. As it turned out, the partnership of SGI and Super NES surprised and thrilled everybody. Tim Stamper is not alone when he says, "From now on, everyone will want to live up to this game." Yeah, I mean, you know what? I agree with that. That's some hype I can buy into. I thought about putting the stream as just chatting, but I didn't know what kind of weirdos I was gonna get. I get less weirdos when I mark it as DKC. Yeah, it's a good video. If anyone in here hasn't watched the Designing for K. Rool video, please watch it. I did the art for the thumbnail. It legit is a very emotion-inspiring video, for real. Alias. What the... Oh, the A is so big. I was confused. I was like, what, does it say ISO? But no, it's also, because this A is so massive, I didn't even realize it. Like, anyway, that was just like the A for Alias for some reason. Also behind the scenes was Alias, a software developer that created the 3D modeling tools used in Donkey Kong Country. Their software had been used to create dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. Oh, but even they were stunned to see how effective the tools could be used in a video game. The Alias tools are also at the heart of the Ultra 64 game development system. That's interesting, because, like, you don't hear about whatever this Alias group is. Like, even going back, you know, when people talk about DKC, you still hear people talking about, like, the Silicon Graphics workstations, but you never really hear about Alias, the software developer that created the 3D modeling tools, but there you go. Thank you, Alias. Also, you know, same thing used in Jurassic Park. If you want to create, like, a big ol' awesome lizard, Alias, just call them. You can make a big crocodile man, you can make a big dinosaur. I know dinosaurs probably aren't, like, technically actually lizards, you know, Andre is gonna get on my case, but big reptile, big creature, toothy creature. Alright. Now, this part, the cranky part over here, I cannot fucking read this at all, because it looks like it's been, like... Did this magazine get, like, rained on or something? I don't know. It looks like it's been, like, had little dribbles of water dribbled all over it. I'm gonna try my best to read this, okay? Yeah, okay, so the Alias software was really good at making things that were, you know, ancient reptiles. Yeah, see... It means terrible lizard, but that was a lie. That was a lie that they told us as children. Yeah, okay, so Archosaurs. If you want to make some cool Archosaurs, the A in Alias also stands for that. It's Archosaurs, right? Not like Archosaurs. I said it right the first time. Alright. The grandpa of all games. One of the greatest parts of I feel like I'm Cranky Kong right now, because I gotta, like, I'm doing, like, the old lady staring at the computer thing. I'm like, I can't read this. One of the greatest parts of DK Country is the humor, yeah, and the funniest material in the game comes from the old ape himself, Cranky Kong, the original character from the arcade game who has returned to special areas of DK Country to dispense his age-old wisdom. Back in his day, Cranky had only 3 frames of animation, and he was darn pleased to have that many. Not like these newfangled games. Cranky is only one of the endless surprises DK Country. Now it's getting, like, impossible to read. DK Country something in its 32 megabit world. I don't know. Powers and Nintendo Power will have the first in-depth look at the gameplay and stages of this 800-pound masterpiece. There's just a few words in there I can't read. And then we have all of the people who have worked on the game, but some of them are censored by the poor scan quality here, so sorry to those people. Their names have been literally just, like, blurred out. Okay. I think I read everything on these, set of pages here. Okay, and that's the end of the DK feature. Now we're on to the Secret of Mana. I just want to see if there's, like, anything else related to it in the rest of this. Oh, we're in the like cheats section. Well, there was Donkey Kong, you know, for the Game Boy. like Costanza baseball pose. This guy. Look, Chris Berman. I don't know who you are, but like, look at him. He must have been a big deal. He's got like stars around his face. He's doing the used vaulting pose. Oh, there he is again. That was all over the place. Sorry. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Whenever I saw like the one face, and then I looked and there were like two other ones, and then I like looked down at the bottom, and there was another one. Sorry. I'm like, this would be a good emote. Like, Ultra One Chris. I don't even know this guy. He's probably done... No, I don't want to say he's probably done something terrible in the past 30 years. He's probably a fine guy. He's probably a fine, upstanding gentleman. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know if Chris Berman has been canceled in the last 30 years or not. I'm gonna hope not, okay? I'm gonna hope he's been a good guy. Alright. Oh, Chris. Chris took me out. Alright, so Packwatch is now on to talking about some, other stuff here. I want to see if they have any updates on DKC here. Probably not, because they just had a whole feature on it, so... Okay. So, they got a preview of DKC in the next issue, so I'm excited about that. Now you can see for yourself what everyone is talking about. Okay. So I think I already had issue 65 up. Yes, I did. Okay, just a second. Give me just like 1 second. I like laughed so hard I gave myself the sniffles. I'll be right back. I just like blow my nose. Okay. Alright. Okay, we got this ad again. Oh, wait. This is, the video that we're gonna watch later. Yeah, they were really proud of this one, so, it is better than the Meatloaf one, probably. I gotta give that to him. Yeah, I'll make Chris Berman an emote. I actually don't think I have any free emote slots, so I'm not sure I want to use one on him, but I do have an animated one available, so I could, like, make it, like, spinning around, or, like, the stars, like, coming out. If I think about Chris again, I'm gonna, like, spit up my Baja Blast, so I'll try not to. Okay, so the DKC preview is only on page 16, so we don't have to go very far before we get there. Oh, this person wrote a whole poem about Link. In the first adventure, Zelda's nowhere to be found. She scattered the golden Triforce all the world around. In the second game, the princess is under a spell. Link has to find 7 crystals to make the princess well. On the Super NES, Link starts out in Hyrule. He has to beat 2 enemies, he'll use a lot of tools. Now that Link's on Game Boy, he's on the Isle of Koholint. He has to defeat the sirens to get their instruments. You know, that's actually pretty good. Like, how the fuck you're gonna rhyme something with Koholint? And they did it. Like, that was fire. That verse was fire. Now you've read a poem about Sir Link's adventures, from Hyrule to the Dark World, into an island full of treasures. Adam Bradley, you messed it up at the end. You pulled the epic Koholint instrument thing, and then you tried to rhyme adventures with treasures. Like, what are you even doing here, man? Adam, come on. But thanks for the poem, Adam. That was good. I like that. As a Zelda fan as well. I appreciate that. Alright, yo, Super Punch-Out. Speaking of designing for videos that I've done art for, I drew this clown guy. And, let's see, this guy, and, one of these 2 guys, I don't remember. I think this guy, I don't know, they like the same. Alright, Here we go. Here's the main event. We gotta get moving. I got a whole, like, strategy guide to look at today as well. Yeah, I did art for the Punch-Out, the original Punch-Out videos, and also the Super Punch-Out videos. And the K-Rool one, and the Grubba one, and I think that's it. I don't know, I've known Pierre for like 7 years at this point, so there might be some other ones in there, I don't remember. Alright. America going ape. Great banana heist. Inside coverage of this year's hottest Super NES game. The video game world is about to go ape. What will that mean? Millions of man-hours spent collecting bananas. Kremlings waddling for their lives. Yo, another... Okay, they're waddling now. I think the one who really waddles is Clump. I think Clump is the most waddly one. So, I think that's just yet another, like, Clump stays winning. Just Clump being the main guy here. Just the main character. I think they're talking about him, really. Yeah, we'll get to Donkey Kong Land and Donkey Kong Country 2 stuff on future days, and I'll figure out what I want to do then, but... yeah. In fact, the DKC... No, the DK64 instruction manual story does use the word waddling specifically when it talks about Clump, so there's stuff... They're talking about Clump here. It's... The Clump confirmed. Alright. Chimps pretending to be gorillas. Dunking on Diddy Kong, I guess. Diddy Kong's not really a chimp either, though, because he has a tail. But he often gets referred to as a chimp, but he can't really actually be a chimp. I don't know. Rhinoceros stampedes. Fireworks. Are there fireworks? I don't think there's fireworks in... They were getting ahead of themselves here, because there's fireworks in DKC 2, for sure. I don't think there's any fireworks in the first game. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember that. They cut that and they moved it to the next game. Yeah, Nipple Watch. Nipple Watch is already paying off, because look, his tits are spread. I was about to, like, mime it myself, and I was like, I should... not maybe mime this so directly or I'm going to get banned from Twitch, but they are spread out. Graphics that will change your view of video games forever. It means that Donkey Kong Country is coming. This month it arrives, but it won't be easy to bag. The ultimate video game of all time will probably sell out fast. Nintendo's 32 megabit masterpiece was designed by Rare Limited and the most advanced game development studio in the world. The beast was captured in silicon graphics computers using Alias software, resulting in the first fully rendered video game. To believe it, you'll have to play it. Yeah, I played it. I played it last week. I mean, this game did change my life. This is an actual fact, so... Through jungles, caves, mines, coral reefs, blizzards, temples, and the tops of trees, Donkey Kong and Diddy will follow the trail of bananas leading to the Kremling Thieves. 100 areas in all at last count. This is, okay, the thing they did where they were counting the fucking impossible to find, by the way, bonus rooms as, like, areas. So when they're like, Donkey Kong Country has 100 areas, they're meaning the fucking shitty, like, 5 bonuses that were in Orangutan Gang. Each one of those counts, you know? Alright. You know, we got so many Kremling mentions on these pages. It's been absolutely, like, this was absolutely relevant to look at all these. DK and Diddy must track the Kremlings all over the island. Luckily, the reptilian mob left a trail of bananas behind as they fled. I like the implication that they just really did leave all these bananas, because, like, why did they, like, swam? I guess that makes sense, they're crocodiles, but, like, why would they take the bananas through the water? Like, surely they could have, like... They got boats. They could have found, like, a better way to, like, why did they go all the way, like, up? If they really did leave all the bananas behind, why did they go, like, all the way up the island and then, like, come down, I guess, to meet K-Rool on the Gangplank Galleon? But why didn't they just, like, go around the beach or something? Why'd they, like, take the longest way possible? Maybe they, like, took them through the factory first to, like, to process them or mark them? I don't know. This is Manic. Yeah, I don't have the name of the songs on screen right now because I didn't want to block anything. Just letting the end of the song play out because the weird little vocal sample is a little distracting. Yeah, why did they go through Poison Pond? And those bananas are gonna be fucking nasty after going through there. The Kongs would not want them back. If they dragged those bananas, that's how you get a pre-rotten banana. That's how you rot them real fast. You go through Poison Pond. Anyway. Rain poured. Thunder crashed. Diddy shivered and cursed his luck. Is this just the exact story from the... I don't think it's the exact story, like the exact wording from the manual. No, it's just kind of like a paraphrasing of it. All right. It's interesting. You get like a shortened version of the tale. Let's start over here. Rain poured, thunder crashed. Diddy shivered and cursed his luck. Out guarding Kong's precious hoard of bananas on a night like this. It really stank. According to Kong, why are they just calling him Kong? Like, they're not calling him Donkey or DK, it's just Kong. I mean, Diddy's also a Kong, like, they're all Kongs. Why? DK is just Kong. According to Kong, this was the price of becoming a hero. Suddenly, out of the fierce night came the grunting of countless Kremling soldiers. Kremling's grunting is gonna come back into relevance when you read the Donkey Kong Land novelizations. They're blunt snouts. Their snouts aren't really blunt. I mean, they're like pointy, actually, because they're crocodiles, but I guess some of them are more blunt than others. Their blunt snouts dripped with rain as they grinned at Diddy, then stuffed him into a barrel. In the morning, Kong... just like they keep calling Donkey Kong Kong, and it like throws me off. In the morning, Kong bellowed his outrage. Bananas gone, Buddy gone, world shattered. Serves you right, said Cranky Kong, doddering up. Oh, serves you right, Cranky Kong, doddering up. Back when I was a hero of the original Donkey Kong, we didn't have bananas, so quit your whining. Kong loops. It's like the, okay, you know how they call like King Kong Kong, right? I guess they were going for the same thing here, but then they realized like we can't do this. We can't just call him Kong the whole time because King Kong kind of has the lock on that already, so you just can't do that. We gotta call him Donkey or DK or something. Kong loped swiftly toward the jungle. He would track down the thieves, save Diddy, and recover his stockpile. Darn fool, need help, grumbled Cranky as he hobbled after Kong. Just losing it. Kong every single time. Alright. Moving on. Are they gonna just say Kong the entire... Well, it says, okay, it says DK here. I don't know why just in that story section they just called him Kong, but... Kong's pals, there it is again. With over 100 areas to explore. Again, with the calling the bonus areas is a little calling bullshit on that one. Donkey Kong could use some help. So it's a good thing that he's got friends like Rambi the Rhino, Expresso the Ostrich, On Guard the Swordfish, and Minky the Frog. They're a wild bunch who will lend their special talents to DK's quest. Some, like On Guard, are born fighters, while others, like Winky, have special moves. Cranky Kong will tell you about each of them as you progress in the game. I like the idea of, like, On Guard being a born fighter. I mean, he is named after, like, you know, when you're gonna be fencing, so... But he just doesn't seem like he's that aggressive, right? But this implies On Guard's just, like, going through the... Like, in his spare time, he just goes and stabs a bunch of other fish, just for fun. That's just how he is. Yeah, they loved loping, and they loved calling Donkey Kong Kong. Yeah, they should have advertised that one, Notator. It's like, we got so many areas, we got areas inside our areas. We got, like, areas squared. Squareas. To get one of these friends to join in the hunt, you must find the appropriate crate and smash it. When DK or Diddy are riding a pal, you'll have one extra hit. Yeah, that's convenient. Rambi, like his human namesake, this rhino uses brute force to smash down walls and wait a second. Well, is like okay, so is Rambi, was he named after like Rambo or? Because I always thought it was supposed to be like Bambi, but like with a like because he like rams into things, so it was more of like a Bambi joke. But is he also like maybe named after Rambo? Because like that's what they're like kind of implying here. They're just a little upfront about it. Was that the intention all along? Because I've never known. And here, okay, On Guard, this is a French fish, loves swordplay as much as the Three Musketeers. He can sink foes with one swift jab. So yes, if On Guard did talk, which I believe that he does, he would have a French accent. He is canonically French, according to this. It's not just his name. He literally swam from the waters of the French coast to join us here on Donkey Kong Island. And you know what? People are always like dunking on the French for some reason and saying they're like cowards and they like to surrender or whatever. Even though I don't think that's historically really borne out by anything, but you know, On Guard is here to prove them all wrong, because he is gonna fucking stab everything in his path, and he is here to single-handedly prove that the French are not to be trifled with. Because they're just friends, Exalt, you know, they're just buddies. Oh, we had this, the Winky render again on this page. I just noticed he's back. Speaking of Winky, every ape should befriend a frog. Alright, there you go. That sounds like something you would get in your fortune cookie. You just break open your fortune cookie. Every ape should befriend a frog. Thank you. When Winky hops to it, he can stomp more enemies than Donkey Kong or Diddy. He can also jump farther. And then Espresso, ostriches can't fly, but this one can glide to help DK cross over gaps or collect out-of-the-way coins. Or items. I don't know why I thought that said coins. I like that poor Diddy, because of the way this page is scanned, he got, like, sucked into the black hole there. Yeah, they loved Winky. He's not actually in the game. Well, he's in, like, more levels in the game than we saw him, because he's a little out of the way on some of them. You just don't really need to get him most of the time. Diddy Kong. Donkey Kong's friends and family includes a cast of colorful characters. Donkey's little buddy, Diddy, is the most important of them all. He's an excitable chimp who will take over when DK falls flat on his face. You can also put Diddy in the lead, which is a good idea in many areas, but he's not as heavy and can't stomp some Kremlings and other enemies as effectively as DK. Yeah, but Diddy's, like, just better 95% of the time, let's be real. DK and Diddy team up to conk Kremlings. Oh. I think they did the Kremling thing there of spelling it with a K, because I'm pretty sure conk would just be spelled with a C normally, right? I don't know, it's not like a word I encounter that often. So they were getting into the spirit, for sure. The chimp behind the hero. Again, he's not really a chimp, but okay. And Kremlings aren't lizards, because crocodiles aren't really lizards, but they also get called lizards a lot, so, well, you know, gotta like, roll with it sometimes. Close enough. Free Diddy from the barrel by throwing it. To lead with Diddy instead of DK, just push the A or... I don't... does the A button do it? I don't fucking know. I thought I knew everything about this game. Or select button. Where one goes, the other will follow. In the team mode, once DK or Diddy is lost, the other player must take over. In competition mode, two players take alternating turns using both apes. Diddy stares directly into your stole, and he also jumps further using the roll and jump technique. His hitbox is smaller, making him a better leader in narrow areas, like in the water. Yeah, he also just swims faster, I think, so he's just better in the water. Oh, wait, okay, well, there you go. I don't think I press the A button when I play this game, like, ever. Lovely little song here. I feel like this rendition of Gangplank Galleon coming up might be a little too intense to have in the background, but whatever. We'll roll with it. Kong Clan. Okay, maybe not spell that one with a K. I don't think even the Kremlings would do that, guys. Like, pull it back. Rewind. Consider that one a little better. Maybe don't hit the publish on this one. Oh no, it's already gone to press. God damn it. Alright. Kong's family, again, helps out in many ways, from advice to transportation. Introducing Cranky, Candy, and Funky Kong. Grandpa Cranky Kong, the hero of the old arcade games, gives advice throughout this newfangled adventure. If you can reach his cabin. Yeah, I think it's not too hard to do that. Candy Kong, DK's sweetheart, lets you save your progress in one of three battery backed up memory slots. Okay, but you'll have to reach her first. I was confused at where that 3 was going. Like, one of, like, 3 save barrels. It's like, well, she's in a lot more worlds than that, but... Funky Kong really gets around. Yeah, I fucking bet he does. He has his own airline. If you reach Funky's flights, you can hitch a ride back to any area of the game you've already completed. Alright, well, we learned a lot on these 2 pages. We learned that On Guard really is French. Like, it's not just his name, okay? He's from France. We learned that Rambi is named after Rambo, confirmed. We learned that Diddy has been sucked into the vortex. Yeah, we already knew that Funky Kong really gets around, though. Let's be real. Bad and ugly. Wow, that's mean. Come on, man. That's what people were saying about the Kremlings in, like, 2005. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Donkey Kong's island has been overrun by the Kremlings. Their lizard ancestors may have been slow and cold-blooded. You know, they may have moved slow and they can't jump high, but the Kremlings are one hell of a guys. The Kremlings move fast. We've gathered some strategies to help get you past K. Rool's mean green team. Okay, so this is in Nintendo Power, the first mention of K. Rool, I guess, that we've seen. So people are like, who's K. Rool? Who's this guy? Little kids back in the 90s. Kremlings in the... I just... Alright, well, okay. If you say so, Nintendo Power, if you say so. So this is Rock Croc and Rock Croc's ass. So we get like the back view of Rock Croc, which is interesting. He's got his tail down, so we don't get his cheeks, unlike Donkey Kong, but... So they're actually going to start out with Manky Kong, which is an interesting thing to start with here. But this orangutan wanted to be a hero like Donkey Kong, but he got caught up in the thrill of barrel throwing and hasn't been able to let it go. As you approach Manky, hop over each of the barrels he heaves and stomp him after clearing the final barrel. Okay, so Manky, his backstory is that he got addicted to barrel throwing. Like, the other Kongs were like, Manky, you gotta stop throwing these barrels. Like, we use these barrels for other things. Like, we store bananas in them. We, you know, use them for maybe just, like, furniture or something. And he's like, no, I gotta throw every barrel I find. And they were like, Manky, stop. You've gone too far. And they had to, like, kick him out. He couldn't stop throwing barrels. They're like, okay, we know that Cranky did it, but that was, like, only in a specific context. It wasn't, like, all he did in his life, but no. Manky Kong cannot stop. It says right there. Manky Kong throwing barrels. He throws barrels. Stomp Manky on the head when you've jumped over the last barrel. Yeah. Yeah, well, Manky, he's causing a disruption in Kong society by throwing every barrel he finds. Kremling Crossing, not spelled with a K, so I take back what I said earlier. They are not getting into the spirit enough. They got into it enough to spell clan with a K, but not crossing. And it's like, alright, guys. Weird priorities, I'm gonna be real. Some Kremlings leap at you, while other Kremlings march straight ahead and throw barrels. Others throw barrels. I don't think any of them throw barrels, except for Manky Kong, who is not a Kremling, but I guess they're going with the, like, Kremling crew... Calling, like, Kremlings would be, like, everyone who's affiliated with them instead of just the crocodiles themselves, so I guess we're going with that. I don't think there's any just, like, Kremlings that throw barrels in this game. I can't... Am I just, like, blanking out? There's not that many enemies in this game to keep track of. DK and Diddy can stomp, roll, or ride through them, or they can toss barrels. Guardians to the ends of stages will take multiple hits. Stomping Kremlings takes timing, precision, and an intense desire for bananas and fair play. If you want to defeat the Kremlings, you must have a sense of justice in your heart to defeat their wicked ways. You must have a sense of fair play. If you do not have the sense of goodness and truth in your heart to combat their own evilness, you will not be able to win. Clever Kremlings can come from anywhere, even from above. DK and Diddy must combat the reptilian raid with quickness. Reptilian raid, I like, that's a good turn of phrase right there. Alright, we finally got to the main event. We got to Kremlings in the hole. Alright. Sticks and stones won't hurt Rock Croc. He's controlled by stop and go barrels. Hit the go barrels, change it to stop, and Rock Croc. Okay, Rock Croc with just this, like, he's a bird now. Like, he's a legendary bird. He's only got a C, not a K. Wait, he's got, like, less... He's got... They're going so against the Kremling spirit that they took one of his Ks away. Rock Croc will turn to stone cold for 3 or 4 seconds, just enough time to scamper past. So the Kremling who is in the hole is Rock Croc specifically. So take that as you will. Do you want Rock Croc in your hole? He will stop when you turn on the red light, but he will go when you turn on the green light. So do with that information as you will. True, they just moved it. Okay, they just moved the K. The K's in the wrong place. This evil Kremling's got stalagmites in his bones. Does he? That's sick. He was born out of the very, like, cave itself. He'll morph into a harmless boulder. Which, if Chunky Kong was here, he could pick that boulder up and throw it, but Chunky Kong was not here yet. When he wakes up, Kong had better hit the switch barrel and hightail it out of the mines. I did not expect this whole thing to be as funny as it has been. I'm just losing it at, like, Kong every time and, like, thinking about Chris Berman. I was gonna, like, a special occasion, so I was gonna, like, have a drink tonight, but I haven't even had that. I just have this Baja Blast. I don't need a drink, man. I got Kong. Croxan, you don't have to put out the red light. No B limit. The buzz on, I guess is it supposed to be like no speed limit? I don't understand what the no B limit joke is going for. The buzz on bees is that you can't stomp them. They sting at the slightest touch. Avoid them like a plague. Some bees orbit objects while others move sideways or vertically. All are bad news, bees. Time your jumps or barrel blast miss them. So did they not have the name Zinger finalized yet? It was like a month before the game came out, so you'd think they would have. But they're just calling them bees. There's like no mention of Zingers at all. Like they had Rockcrock's name mostly finalized, but Zinger was a last minute naming, I guess. Caution, Kremlings again, just not with the K. Getting a little pissed off here, Nintendo, come on. The strongest of the Kremlings is Crusher! The only attack that works is to knock him over the barrel. Hold barrels by pressing the Y button, then carry them and throw them when the Kremling is close. Diddy can also defeat attackers by... say... bolding? That looks like it's a B. By bolding a barrel in front of him. Most Kremlings can be stomped or rolled easily. The challenge is in their locations and numbers. Blue Kremlings leap at you in pairs, making stomping difficult. Roll them or take them one at a time. See, that's a little bit deceptive, because it's like talking about the critters specifically, but it makes it sound like Crush is gonna fucking jump at you, which would be sick. Like, that's just like an extremely rare, like, Crush has like a 1 in a million chance to just like jump at you when you're playing the game. That would scare the shit out of me, but, you know, I would be happy. I'd be happy for him. Teams of terror. Don't get between them. Take them one at a time, or on the down jump. Okay. The Kremling is dangerous. No, this Kremling is dangerous, but Squawks the parrot shows him up. Yeah, I mean, Squawks literally shows him up by, like, shining a bright light in his face, I guess. It's not gonna stop him, though. Like, what are you gonna do about it, Squawks? He doesn't care. He's not blinded by your stupid flashlight. His reptile eyes are more powerful than that. Alright, we got a nice little chomp section down here. Sharks at play. Don't let the beautiful music of the underwater stages lull you into false security. Chomps, Croctopus, and other critters close in. So Croctopus I don't think is actually spelled with a K in the final game, but here they were doing it. So they were still a little like loosey-goosey with their K usage. Chomps and Chomps Jr. pose the biggest threat in the sea. If you're riding on guard, line yourself up with Chomps' nose and charge. If you've lost on guard, avoid Chomps and search for your finned friend. Honestly, like, if I was on guard, I would not, like, put my nose potentially right in the shark's mouth. Like, I guess he just aims for the snout. Like, apparently this is actually true and not just an urban legend, although I don't know how many people get a chance to try this out, because it's probably not a situation you want to be in. But, like, if you punch a shark, like, in their nose, it will stun them, because they have, like, these sensitive organs and stuff in their nose. So it will stun a shark if you punch it in the nose. So I guess it's the same principle, like, on guard, just poke it right there. Also, there are 2 on guards in this picture, and I don't even think it's, like, the normal place that the second unguard spawns in, so I don't know how they got this to happen. But there's, like, totally 2 of them. Alright, gotta go back to the beginning of this album. Okay, beware of beavers. These rodents are collectively known as naughty. That's kind of a weird way to put it. It's like they're naughty, like, as a mass. Like, I don't know, like naughty is like the collective of them instead of the individuals. Why? Because they never stop chewing. Stomping a naughty is your best bet because they often appear in 2s, 3s, or continuous lines. In these cases, it's best to hop from beaver to beaver until you pass the point where they appear. This giant naughty waits at the end of the first stage, guarding a horde of bananas. Stomp him repeatedly and watch his speed. Rolling through single beavers is easy. Rolling beavers, however, are invincible. Yeah, when they got those, when they got their own wheels, fucking watch out. Beware of beavers, Kremlings in the hole. Yeah, they were having a little bit of fun here, I think. Hopping from beaver to beaver, yeah, you know, like some people in college, I guess. You know what? We're moving on. Wait, hold. It says it's not even a bonanza. It's a bananas. Bananaza. They didn't even go for the like. They could have done the banana pun here, but instead they just spelled bonanza wrong. Like they had their chance to set it up for the future and they fucked it up. Good night, Sage. The importance of collecting bananas cannot be understated. You were an ape. A horrible horde of lizards stole your banana. Hold on, this is so serious. Okay, I gotta read this again. The importance of collecting bananas cannot be understated. You are an ape. A horrible horde of lizards stole your bananas. You will do anything to get them back. Simple? Ha. But it's worth the effort. For every 100 bananas reclaimed, you get a 1-up. And if you beat the Guardian at the end of a stage, you earn a giant Nintendo banana! Nectar of the apes. Ape does not live by bananas alone, although he tries his darndest. No, although you can go far on the all-banana diet, the well-balanced ape also makes use of medallions, letters, and balloons. Spelling out Kong in gold letters earns you a 1-up. Likewise, balloons add to extra lives. Collect 3 animal-shaped medallions and you'll go to a bonus area where you control that animal. Bananas in DK Country are like coins in Super Mario World. Bananas lead to Commander K. Rool. Whoa! 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 Most cruel of all the Kremlings. I mean, technically, yes, that is true. That is, he is the commander, but... It definitely should be, yeah, it should be overstated, shouldn't it, Andre? It should be overstated. I was too distracted by the, like, suddenly extremely serious tone of this that I didn't even catch that at first. What, the Diddy from the back? He's like, yeah. Alright. Bananas by the billions. Okay, I don't think there's, like, billions of bananas. Let's not... I mean, I guess if you played the game over and over, you would eventually get to billions of them, but I don't think there's that many. A billion is a lot. Some bonus areas are ape paradises filled with more bananas than a Chiquita warehouse in Ecuador. Okay. Of course, collecting all the fruit won't be easy. In some areas, you'll be blown out of barrels like a cannonball, while in others, you must jump to reach the golden horde. The goal, as always, is to grab 100 bananas for 1-up. Yes, bananas extend your life. I mean, probably in real life, too. Bananas are good for you. It has been scientifically proven. Fortunately, there are plenty of bonus areas hidden in Donkey Kong Country. Shoot out of spinning barrels to collect all the bananas. At first I thought that said, like, shout out to spinning barrels, because that's what Diddy, it looks like he's like, shout out to spinning barrels. Yeah, they interviewed K. Rool for this, and he was like, actually, I feel like going, like, Commander. I feel like going by Commander today, so do that. Let's go with that, you know. Barrel blows. Okay, well. Traveling by explosive barrel cannon may singe your fur, but it's literally a blast. Some barrels blow automatically while you control the blast in others. In either case, the explosion sends you flying. Okay, this is our first acknowledgement of Neki. In Snow Barrel Blast, time your shot to miss the Neki as it passes between barrels. Take your time and fire when the path is clear. Yeah, again, Zingers just getting referred to as bees. They weren't unique yet, you know? They didn't get to be their own species. They're just like, there's bees, you know? Bananas aren't the only treasure available in bonus areas. Some of the areas have much different goals and ways to earn a prize. None of them are easy. Bouncing buzzards. Bounce off the Neki, vulture. I guess technically up here was our first... You'd probably read this part first, so... Bounce off the Neki, vulture, to the left to reach the hidden medallion. With 3 medallions, will reach a bonus area. Okay, now we're just getting, like, random tips for the game, I guess. What? It's, like, so random. They're just talking about, like, Boss Dumb... Wait, hold on a second! Boss Dum Drum is in just, like... He's just, like, in the jungle. What the hell? They've got like an earlier build of the game, even though the game came out in like a month after this. They hadn't put him in the banana arena yet. Maybe he was like earlier on in the game, because it's kind of weird that they have a tip for Boss Dum Drum. Just like, was he supposed to be the boss of the second area or something? Because they just talked about like really naughty and then, or very naughty. I honestly forget which of the naughties is which. Like, is very naughty is the first one and really naughty is the second one, but I can never remember. Yeah, they really love their Chiquita references. Okay, but naughty, really / very naughty was in the banana arena, but Dum Drum is just out here. He's just out here in the jungle. Okay, when it slams the ground, 2 Kremlings stumble out. You have to stomp the Kremlings 5 times to win. The reward is the giant banana of honor! Okay. You know, a Nintendo banana, also known as the giant banana of honor. What could be better than owning your own 100-pound banana? How about 8 of them? I'm not gonna read, like, every single word on all of these pages, or we're never going to finish, but... Okay, we're done. That was insane. This was, so much more enlightening than I expected it to be. We learned that Zingers were apparently named pretty late in this whole thing. I guess they were just designed like, let's make a scary-ass bee. And they're just gonna be bees. And then at some point they were like, these things are really unique looking. They've got like an actual really like interesting, unique, captivating design. They should be their own species, so we're gonna call them Zingers. And that's very, like, we've talked about this before. Me and Andre have talked about this, and it's come up on the stream, but like Zingers are really one of the most iconic, like, original Donkey Kong Country things, I think, you know. Outside of, like, the Kremlings themselves as being, like, the crocodiles, like, I think Zingers are the most iconic enemy, and obviously they were, missed for a long time. Like, they're one of the things about DKC that people remember and that people, like, wanted to see return, so, you know, Nintendo did make that right call with Bonanza by also bringing Zingers back. But I guess, apparently, pretty late into the process, they didn't even have their own name yet. Alright, let's just quickly scroll through the rest of this and we can see if they... Nice Final Fantasy feature here. Whoa! Okay, Jim, get the fuck out of here. See if there's any other DK-related stuff. Yeah, honestly, that was pretty exposing. I feel exposed after reading that. Oh my god, this fucking game, dude. I played this game on stream like a million years ago. Tay sent it to me. This game is... nuts. Sadly, I like didn't highlight that one. Like, I forgot to download it. So it's a fever dream, and there's no record of me actually playing it, except for maybe like a clip or two. But all right, I should play it again because you know, nice. Hold on, some Metroid tips. Zingers are great. Like, whenever I think about wasps, I like always think about them. Alright, so they mentioned Donkey Kong Country here, despite having a whole feature on it. I guess they probably don't, even though it was coming out very soon. Oh my gosh, I want to read the Demon's Crest feature just because I love this game so much. Maybe I can read that on my own time, though. Yo, Civilization on the SNES. Bass Relief is a very good name for a fishing game. I've never heard of that in my life, but... Look at this chonky Bomberman over here. Were these, like, randomized? Or was it, like, everyone who got the same issue got the same cards? Because I'm pretty sure this guy was in this weirdo here was in the last issue, too. Alright, Donkey Kong Country. You've seen the making of Donkey Kong Country. You've seen the exclusive preview of Donkey Kong Country. Now it's time for Kong himself to bust out of the jungle into your home. Don't miss the powerful tips and strategies in next month's issue. Alright, next month we get to the real deal. Official Nintendo coverage of the Game of the Year. This was the Game of the Year in 1994, alright? The Game Awards didn't exist, but Donkey Kong Country was the Game of the Year, alright? Like, trust. What could even compete with it? I don't know what else came out in 1994, honestly, but because I was 3 years old and I wasn't really keeping up, but probably some of the best games ever made came out in like 1994 alongside Donkey Kong Country, so. Alright, now we get to issue 66. Execute Order 66. And there we go. I'm going to take another little... Didn't Super Metroid come out the year before? In 93, or am I crazy? Okay, well, alright, Super Metroid, alright. Well, Donkey Kong Country is the Game of the Year. I'm sorry, Metroid. I'm sorry. Once again, a DK game, you know, DK and Metroid fandom's gotta be at each other's throat. Why can't we just live in harmony? Why do we always have to compete with each other? Anyway, you enjoy this beautiful cover. I'm going to go to the bathroom again, because this Baja Blast makes me have to pee. I will see you soon. So, you know, I'm thinking over what we just read, right? And, again, I think this is another incidence of Kremlings not being referred to as crocodiles yet, really, blatantly, except, obviously, they really gave a lot of attention to Rock Croc, who, you know, it's in the name, so it's kind of there by implication, but they are not collectively referred to as crocodiles yet, really, just kind of like lizards or reptiles or whatever. Good night, Exalt. Yeah, I'll be thinking about Chris forever. But anyway, and they didn't really give much attention to Clump, did they? They talked about Crusha, but you know, I guess they gave him more attention in earlier issues, so they decided, you know, that's enough for now. He got his time to shine. We'll leave the nipples to surprise people when they actually buy the game. You know, gotta keep some surprises out there. Because you can't really see them in those low-res screenshots, but when you open that manual to the baddies page, like, bam, they hit you right in the face. Yeah, Winky is back to stare at things again. This time, Donkey Kong's butt. Alright. So, it's a whole new level of animation. And you can enter to win a Killer Instinct arcade machine. Thank you. What are you gonna do with, like, a Killer Instinct arcade machine? I guess that would be kind of sick. Do you still have to, like, feed it quarters? But I guess you could just, like, get the quarters out of it. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with, like... I think it's just, like, some weird kind of color thing for the... But, like, DK's tie has some kind of, like, weird pattern on it. I think that might just be something that was on the magazine or some weird artifact to the scanning or something. I don't think that's, like, part of the render. He puts the man in... He puts... Yeah, he does. Okay. That's neat. Dang. Can I still enter the Killer Instinct arcade machine contest? As long as you're dishing out surprise gifts, you might as well grab one for yourself. You've been halfway decent this year, right? See, this is seasonally appropriate because it's almost Christmas. So this holiday, you should get what you deserve. No, not bun hugger underwear. What the hell? Not a year's worth of ballroom dancing lessons. Nope, you deserve something that will cause your friends to curse you, hate you, and wish they could destroy you. I don't want that, actually. Believe it or not, I don't want my friends to curse me, hate me, and wish they could destroy me. I don't. I'm already paranoid that's what people think about me anyway. I don't want it. I don't want to guarantee that. I would rather have the bun hugger underwear, honestly. You deserve a subscription to Nintendo Power Magazine, and this card is all you need to get it. Yeah, great. If you want your friends to fucking despise your guts and wish that you were fucking dead, then buy Nintendo Power, you goddamn idiot. Think about it. Every month you'll get an issue of Nintendo Power that's packed with fighting moves, codes, maps, and other tips that'll help you KO your friends faster than a cold, clean slider to the side of the melon. It's the best gift you could ever get, and it's only 18 bucks. So do yourself a favor. Don't wait for someone else to surprise you with a subscription. Fill out this card and get a great gift for yourself. After all, you deserve the world's best video game magazine. If your friends dare to challenge you, they deserve every beating they're going to get. God damn. Alright. The 90s had some advertising. They were just trying anything back then, you know? I know, like, I love, you know what? I frankly love getting socks for Christmas these days, because I need them. Alright. I'm doing good right now. Honestly, right now, my sock situation is good. But there have been times in my life, for sure, where I actually did get socks for Christmas, and I was like, you know what? I needed this. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, so Donkey Kong Country has inched up gradually. When we first were looking at these, it was like at the very back, and then it moved up, and then it moved up some more, and now it's at the very beginning of it. So this is only on page 8, right past the player's pulse. I want to see if they did any DK art yet, even though the game hadn't come out yet. I don't see any of these. This Kraid one is pretty cool. I don't know who this other person is. Sorry, just a second. I'm just laughing so much that it just like has made my sinuses act up. Okay. Oh, the picture on the advertisement? This one? Yeah, it's throwing a snowball at someone who I guess is already, like, almost completely covered in snowballs already. That's why they can only see out this much, I guess. Yo, this person went to Mayahim Temple with their Nintendo Power. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just seeing what people were writing in about. Recently, I was trying to get our 7-year-old son up to come to breakfast and get ready for school. I sat on his bed and told him that his breakfast was getting cold and he needed to get out of bed. He replied with his eyes still closed, "I want to finish looking at my dream." I asked him what he was dreaming about. He said, "Super Nintendo." I told him to turn it off and come to breakfast. He answered with his eyes still closed, "Okay, in just a minute. I've just got 2 lives left." That's cute. That's cute. Alright. Tiny Kraid and real Kraid. Oh yeah, okay. I haven't played Super Metroid in, like, a long time. I need to play it again. It's been a really long time. Since high school. Alright. Donkey Kong Country. Here, we did it. Okay, we made it. We finally made it to Donkey Kong Country for real. You've been reading about DK's most outrageous adventure for a while, so now it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty and start talking strategies. The following pages are a small sampling of the areas that DK and Diddy will encounter. I mean, it says his most outrageous adventure, but, like, being that this is the new Donkey Kong and the new generation of Donkey Kong, it's also his only adventure that we know about, so, like, alright guys, calm down, don't oversell it yet. Yeah, Donkey Kong loves to expose himself. All of the DKC features are always, like, exposed, and I mean, like, he is only wearing a tie, so, yeah, they weren't wrong. There's the boy. The first time the boy did show up in Nintendo Power, I think. He was mentioned before. He's been mentioned. First he was just K. Rool. Then he was Commander K. Rool. And now he has his, you know, title as he does in the game of being king. Alright. So, this is, I guess, just going to be some hints on specific, just like walkthroughs for specific levels. So I'm not necessarily going to read this whole thing. I'm gonna just skim and maybe see if there's anything interesting. I like how they're frankly admitting that some of these are just like, how would you even know that this blast barrel was located here? You probably wouldn't, unless you fell off of a tree. Yeah, or unless you had Nintendo Power. Thanks, Nintendo Power. I've just known about this one in particular for like a million years, and also like you use it in the speedrun, so, you know, I did know that one was there, but... Go back. I just love this, like, I don't know, just 90s graphic design. It just makes me really happy. Like, I've been trying to, like, the little announcement writing images that I do for the Kremling Kronology, I've been trying to make them sort of imitate maybe like a 90s game manual a little bit, with like the using a big picture screenshot for the background and stuff like that. So alright, got some critters in here. Again with the Bonanza. Of course, this is obviously the name of an actual level in the game. But the Donkey Kong series has always loved the word Bonanza. You have Bouncy Bonanza, you have Swanky's Bonus Bonanza. Like, it's always been there. The word has always been there. And the fact that it sounds like banana has always been a nice bonus. So it's... the fact they pulled that word out to be like the actual title of a game is... honestly, I feel like something Rare could have done themselves. It makes me really happy. Yeah, I miss actual Tiny Kraid. Tiny Kraid. I just like this, DK's got like a smug aura in this picture. So now we got Zingers, okay. They do acknowledge them as Zingers, and I guess, you know, the game had come out at this point, so yeah. Just after you come across the golden letter G, you'll also come across another movable tire. It's just kind of sitting there, trying to look inconspicuous. I like that they're just, like, assigning some kind of agency to the tire. Like, the tire's just sitting there. Just trying to look, trying to be a little low-key, trying to fly under the radar. You can then use its rubbery qualities to bounce you up. Clam City. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing too exciting here. It's Clam City. It sure is. Now this is what I'm talking about. We got front-on Manky Kong just looking right at you. Scary. And we have the classic render of DK rolling where he looks like he's just in the deepest depression anyone can possibly feel. He's just like the depths of his soul have... This was him after he thought Diddy was dead, after he thought Diddy had been crushed into smithereens and his bones completely ground up into dust when Clump's belly landed on him. This is when he thought Diddy was dead. This is how he felt. But then, you know, it's just him like rolling along. A cross between mangy and skanky. Manky Kong hucks barrels for a living. He's also addicted to it, so we've learned, okay? He has a problem, alright? Don't be mean to him, he needs help. Okay, he needs our help. He needs an intervention. Stop, like, making fun of Manky Kong. He can't help it. Once again, the lyric song that I have to skip every time. Okay, well, I guess that was it. That was the whole feature on DKC, was just some, like, random-ass levels. That's a little disappointing. I guess they already did the work of selling it to us in previous issues, and now they just assume that everybody in the world bought it already, so, like... I thought there was gonna have a whole feature about, like, we've told you this is the most amazing game of all time. Well, it is. And here's why. I don't know. Do they have a review? Do they have like a review of it in here? In addition to the guide? What the hell game is this? Sparkster? I've heard of this game. It's got some good... I like the character design in this game. Where we're slut-shaming, we're like shaming people for having barrel-throwing addictions. I'm not. God, I have such a complicated relationship with Earthworm Jim. The relationship is not acknowledging it these days, but I was like a huge fan growing up. Ah, there was a sick Demon's Crest poster in this one. Demon's Crest has come up so much. If you didn't know I was a fan of that game, you will after tonight, because it's come up a fucking lot in these Nintendo Powers. I guess it came out around like the exact same time as DKC, which I didn't realize, but it's a good game. Firebrand is my boy. I guess the last Earthworm Jim game was Earthworm Jim 3D, which was not good. Alright, we're looking for other Donkey Kong stuff. Special interview. It had to be snakes. Wait, the Tetris guy worked on whatever this snake game is? Okay, I actually didn't pull up the Nintendo Power issue 67. I don't know if there's anything DKC related in it, you know? They don't have any DK trading cards? Here, give me just a second. I can't even find issue 67 on the Internet Archive easily. I know there's like a collection of all of them as PDF that you can download, but I'm not finding just like the individual version of that one even available, so if I wanted to look at it, it would have to be more complicated anyway. So we're just gonna assume there was nothing DKC related in that one. I mean, there probably was, if we're honest, but we gotta stop at some point, because they're gonna probably just keep covering it. So maybe we can go back to that one when we talk about Donkey Kong Land, and we can talk about things that were in the middle. Was there a DKC review in the one that I just closed? Alright, I have it open here. I'll put it back. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it was like, I expected it to take up much more space, honestly. It's just kind of small. Alright. Well, if this is the review, I think we can probably consider this section done, and we can move on to the player's guide finally after this There's probably some other stuff in future issues, but we can maybe look at that some other day. Alright, so here, finally, after hyping it up for so long, we finally get to the review, and it's like... little. It's like it's a paragraph. I mean, I guess that's... I mean, honestly... Uncharted Waters, New Horizons, they had a lot more to say about that one, but... so, here we go. It's, the company was Nintendo. It's $69.95, nice. You know, people say that Bonanza was too expensive, but... Donkey Kong Country also cost $70, and that was back in 1994. The game type is ape adventure for 1 or 2 players, so breaking ground in the ape adventure genre. Donkey Kong returns to the forefront of video games after more than 10 years. The game features fully rendered computer animation and traditional platform action, but the variety of play and fun characters encountered throughout the game make it more of an adventure. Don't miss this month's Insider Review. What? Was the Insider Review just the, like... Was there another review, or was it, like, just the like, guide that they had? Hold on. We will go over the card game at some point, I guess. Closer to DK64, maybe. The card game kind of ties more into the cartoon, and I still am unsure how I want to, like, handle the cartoon in this whole project. If I want to just save it for the very end and do some kind of, like, group watch situation or what. Like, I don't actually know. Like, obviously the cartoon is important and it deserves to be talked about. If we're talking about all this other extraneous, like, fictionalizations and stuff of the games anyway. Even though we're mostly focusing on the games itself, but we are focusing on, like, stuff outside of that, so... But it's just a big... It's a big thing unto itself, and I don't exactly know how I want to approach it. I'm still deciding, so... Anyway, the ultimate graphics and the best action-adventure game ever for the Super NES or any video game system. It is simply the best! Battery-backed-up memory, 100 bonus areas. Alright. The negatives are players may miss many of the bonus areas and think the game is shorter than it really is. You must try everything to get the full impact. Yeah, maybe if they didn't put some of the bonus areas in, like, a random hole with no, like, guide or warning, or, like, the random part of the level in the stupid, tanked up trouble, and just, like, literally nothing to tell you it's there, you know. That was their one negative about it, but otherwise it's simply the best. It's just the best game ever. Like, okay, yeah. Yeah, the Kremlings are in the hole, and so are the bonuses. Okay, I'm gonna go back and see, look a little more closely. Now, Donkey Kong Country only came out late in the month, so it was not #1 on the charts yet. It was not yet tearing up the charts, and Metroid was still ahead. But, you know, it was climbing. It was getting there. That's true. It doesn't say the word Kremling in it, so maybe it can't be part of the Kremling Kronology. It's not, that's not the real K-Rool. It's an imposter of some completely unrelated species. It's just like convergent evolution. Okay, I think when they said that there was an insider review, they were just talking about, like, I don't know. Like, I guess this is the insider review? I don't know. It's not really a review. I don't know what they're talking about with that one. The lizard lineage. Alright, well. If I can find issue number 67, then... Issue number 67... They had to take issue number 67 off the internet because the, like, kids got to it and they were memeing on it too much. So anyway, if I can find that, maybe we'll look at it next time. But right now we're gonna look at the player's guide. back to the beginning here. Alright. Again, we don't have time to, like, look at every... I'm not gonna read this entire thing front to back, but we'll kind of poke around for interesting areas of it. This is a 10 out of 10 cover. Like, look at this. This is probably the best cover of a book that's ever existed. Like, it's high art, you know? You're supposed to not judge a book by its cover, but I think this is one case where, like, you should. You just look at this and you know what you're holding in your hands is peak. I don't think I actually have this, unfortunately. I have some player's guides for games that I love, but I don't think I have this one. When I was a kid, I never had player's guides. I thought it was, like, cheating. I thought if you had something to tell you where all the secrets and stuff were in a game, that was cheating. So I never bought them. But, you know, considering the bonuses in this game are, like, fucking bullshit, and I think as a kid I ended up having to look up some of them online anyway, because otherwise I never would have found them all on my own. So I guess it's understandable. It's not really cheating when some of the game design is that cryptic to begin with. But as an adult, I've collected some of them because I just think they're really cool, like, you know, companion pieces to a game, especially when they're like the official Nintendo Power ones, not just some random third-party player's guide. But even those can be cool sometimes too. So I've collected them later in life, despite having a dismissive view of them when I was a child. Yeah, DK's got his pursed lips there. Like, slightly open mouth. It's like kind of a, you know, it's like kind of a flirtatious look, I feel. Like, his lips are pursed, but they're not entirely closed. It's like, this is what Candy sees when DK's, like, going in for a kiss, you know? POV, you are Candy Kong. Does the back page have his butt? Yes, it does. Hold on, we gotta look at the... Speaking of judging a book by its cover, you also have to judge it by its back cover. Because not only does DK have his ass out, but he has text on his ass. So you have to, like, look at his ass closely to read all of it. And it's, like, formed. You know, like, the graphic design is my passion, and I have formed the text to have, like, to fit the curves of DK's cheeks. When you see just, like, you can't see the separation between DK's back and his head here, so he just looks like some kind of weird almond-shaped creature. The Donkey Kong Country Player's Guide has survival tactics for over 100 areas of jungle, caves, mines, coral reefs, temples, and more. Donkey Kong Country will change your view of video games forever. It did, though. Like, it happened to me when I was a kid. And the way to make the most of this 32 meg masterpiece is with Nintendo's Donkey Kong Country Player's Guide. There are over 100 areas to get through. Again, calling the bonuses also areas is a little bit... But can you imagine if this game had, like, 100 full levels? That would be insane. Like, that would be a little much, even for me. Shark-infested coral reefs, blizzards where the conditions are hazardous and the vultures are hungry, caves, mines, and temples riddled with enemies, not to mention bananas. Discover the secrets to guarding a pile of priceless bananas from hordes of ravenous Kremling thieves. The Kremlings are mentioned right on the back cover, right above DK's ass crack. Oops, oh well, so you've already lost the bananas. Slippery devils. The player's guide will help you get them back. You're up against King K. Rool and his... Okay, K. Rool is on DK's right ass cheek. How does he feel about that one? I don't know. He probably doesn't like it, honestly. And his Kremling gang, and you're going to need help. The player's guide has everything you need to help you enlist friends for the adventures ahead. There's On Guard, the swordfish who lunges and parries faster than the Three Musketeers. Ramby, who can Rambo through anything. Okay, once again, they're being a little, I guess... They're getting the most out of their name references. They're squeezing them dry. Winky the Frog, who can stop enemies in a blink. An Espresso, who's handy for fast exits and hard-to-reach items. You know, they could have made some kind of, like, he's caffeinated reference there. Some kind of coffee joke. To know them is to survive. I thought I was going to say, like, to know them is to love them. When you know On Guard, you just love them. You can't help it. Without the Nintendo Player's Guide, it's a jungle out there. You know, when I read the words Nintendo Player's Guide, it's, like, straight up in Donkey Kong's butthole. It's, like, the word players is just, like, it's, like, in his anus. He got the bun hugger underwear, and he wore them for a while, and it hugged his buns so well that it just, like, permanently sculpted them into this shape, and then he doesn't need to wear them anymore. Woo-wee, alright, let's, let's get to it, shall we? Nothing's gonna live up to that. I guess when you open the book, you once again get Donkey Kong's lovely face. Does that mean the second to last page is just his ass with no text on it? No. Wait, it's a boy! Spoiler! Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! Can't look at him yet. Okay. Alright. Welcome to Donkey Kong Country. The technology was ready. The design team was eager to set things in motion. The programmers had all the right hardware and software. The company was more than ready to promote it. So Donkey Kong Country became a reality. I mean, this is how it works normally. It's like, this is how you make a game. It's like, yes, they were ready to make this game and advertise it, so they made it. Like, they made it sound so cool, but when you step back and think about it, it's like, yeah, that's how it is. That's how you make a game. So Donkey Kong Country became a reality. Now the players are playing it. This is just like the most, like, this is what happens paragraph ever. It's like, the people who made this game wanted to make a game, so they made the game, and now people are playing the game. But problems may arise. There's so much in this game that a player could miss something. That's where this player's guide comes in. We'll take you all the way from Donkey Kong's treehouse to King K. Rool's ship. We won't show you 90% of the game, not 95%, not even 100%. This player's guide will show you exactly how to score 101%. You won't miss a thing, because within these pages are the complete maps to Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, the writer had to meet a quote. Sorry, I'm wondering if it says, like, who wrote this, but I guess it doesn't. It just has, like, the consultants. The cover design, Griff's Advertising. Griff's Advertising was responsible for the DK Cheeks text sculpting, and I gotta say, I would hire this advertising firm for anything after seeing that work. Hold on, I feel like this is like too wide. This is extra wide. I have to, like, stretch this out a bit. This is feature length. Hold on. Is it Alt? There we go, that's what I'm looking for. Holy moly, jeez. How am I gonna fit this on the screen? You know what, at this point, I just am going to turn this off. Where is it? There we go. Not the game. It's been a while. Actually, it hasn't been a while. Someone brought that up for me just like a week ago, which is kind of crazy because before that, it had been a while. Oops. Ah! Well, I closed it. Okay. Alright. Hold on a second. I have to, like, change my whole setup here. There we go. It's interesting, like, back-facing on, espresso render. You just don't see that one pop up very much. Here's the boy. There he is. You can't even see his crown in this picture. He's just balls. Alright. Donkey Kong's Banana Horde. I mean, that's, like, just the sign for the Banana Horde, but it makes it seem like that's just the title of the story, which it could be, yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Donkey Kong's Banana Horde. I'll tell you, young whippersnappers these days, there's no respect for proper gaming. You gotta have a structure, patterns, repetition is where it's at. All this silicon graphics mumbo-jumbo. Whoa, that's not for a few years in the old Rareware machines. What's rendered? It's all show and no go. I knew this time would come. His horde was just too big. It's too much, I'd tell him. But he wouldn't listen. Him and that young one Diddy. All they'd do was sit around all day counting bananas. Only a matter of time before words got out. Kremlings, that's who it was. They got everything. Bah, there's so many places on this island they could hide. Makes no sense to try and find them all. No sense at all. I told him, what do you think you're gonna accomplish? You'll just end up with a bruised ego and a broken you-know-what. Yeah, broken ass. His juicy ass. But off he went. Took the little one with him, too. They don't know what they're getting into. Guess I better get out there and help them. An experienced video game character like myself can certainly show them a thing or two. You know, in the novelization, Cranky does actually come along, so, like, maybe the person who wrote that, like, read this, and It kind of makes it sound like Cranky's gonna get out there and help instead of just sitting in his rocking chair. Maybe that's what they were expecting. They were like, oh man, Cranky's totally gonna get out there and be like running around with him, and then they were disappointed when that wasn't the case. So like they had to write a whole novel to set things straight in their mind. Alright. So we got the Kong family. We don't care about them, okay? We're here for the Kremlings. We don't care about these guys. But I am just, you know, giving it a brief glance. Let's just read at least what it has to say about them. Donkey Kong. He's the big guy. The dude with the massive muscle. DK has to boogie through the jungle and other areas to try and recover his massive stockpile of bananas that the evil Kremlings have stolen. Diddy Kong. Diddy's a wannabe, an understudy, if you will. He plays second fiddle to DK. He accepts the role, but in actuality, Diddy can do some things better than his gorilla counterpart. I would argue most things. Teamwork. The code of Donkey Kong Country says that 2 apes are much better than just one. I like this little teamwork-like thing in the corner. It's always been an important part of the Donkey Kong series since this time, you know. The power of, like, people working together thematically has been, like, a constant in most games. You know, there were some of them that kind of neglected that theme, but all the DKC games, DK64 up to Bonanza, you know, it's the power of 2 people combining their strengths, 2 or more people, 5 in the case of DK64. Yo, there's Funky Kong. Funky Kong looks like he's trying to steal his own, like, bling off of himself there. The ultimate surfer dude! Funky Kong owns and operates Funky's Flights. It's a small airline based on the island. If you visit him, he'll fly you back to any area that you've completed. Unfortunately, he has to comply with an airline regulation that states no flights will be scheduled to uncompleted areas. Wait, who's, like, setting these rules? Who is the, like, air authority on Donkey Kong Island? It's like I mean, you could say it's a safety concern, like he doesn't want to, like, fly to the areas where the Kremlings are still taking over, because as we learned in the Donkey Kong Land novelization, they will shoot him down and take him as a prisoner of war, so I guess for his own safety's sake, he had to initiate that regulation. Also, you know, we got a nice shot of Candy here, right? You know, like, You gotta be with someone who matches your, like, ass power. Like, DK and Candy are a good match because they both have that, the nice cheeks. They gotta show it off. If you got it, flaunt it, you know? Candy Kong. Donkey Kong's love interest. Why is it in quotes? Candy Kong wants to help out and is taking the initiative to set up save points at strategic locations throughout the island. If DK and Diddy make a stop to chat with Candy, she'll offer to save their progress. It's a good idea to visit Candy whenever you complete a new stage. You know, they were casting doubt on how, like, strong their relationship really was, and if Candy was really actually with Funky. Because Donkey Kong's love interest. Sure they are. Cranky Kong, it's like side view of Cranky Kong here. So you can see exactly how old and hunched over his hunchback is. The star of the original Donkey Kong games, Cranky Kong, gives out tidbits of advice to DK and Diddy as they progress through the stages. He's wise, but he's really bitter about all the newfangled technology that's being used in video games these days. Generally, though, you should take notice of what he tells you. Well, okay. You know, he doesn't... tidbits is right, because he really doesn't give you a lot of helpful info. Is this even wider? Did this somehow, like, get even wider than it was before? I gotta, like, scroll over to see Rambi and Espresso and all of them over here. Okay. The goodies. I guess that's what we're calling people who aren't Kongs but are good guys. Instead of animal buddies, they're the goodies. His hints are bugged, yes. Unfortunately, but that is the reality of how they actually exist in the game, so... Yeah, there's like a ROM hack that actually fixes it. That would be interesting to play someday, just to, like, actually read what the rest of the hints are, because I've never read most of them. Yeah, I think that was the main point, Caro, of, like, why they were doing this on the love interest. I think they were being like, oh, of course, the hero's gotta have a love interest. But it is cool that, you know, like, in this game, Candy wasn't like, she's not a damsel in distress. Like, she's there. She's around. She's not the person that we're, like, trying to save here. It's the bananas. The bananas are DK's real love interest. They're the real damsel in distress. I like this, like... Yeah, we're getting a lot of weird, like, back of the animal buddies renders that you don't normally see. It's, like, weird, like, backwards on guard here. There's a lot of mouth closed on guards, which you don't normally see. Normally he's got his mouth hanging open. We got the, like, the on guard, like, you got the whole squad laughing pose. Like, he's just very serious. the pause champ. Ramby's strength allows him to break through walls, enemies, and other obstacles. Try bashing in any wall that you can while riding him. If you want to dismount, just press the A button. If Ramby happens to take a hit, he will buck you off and run away, but there are some times where you can catch him and remount. I don't know if I want to read necessarily all of these animal buddy things. The front-facing squawks where you can tell, like, how thin his beak was originally. It was just, like... His beak was, like, two-dimensional, and then his cheeks were bigger. We do get to see the back of Candy's hair. It's very, like... It's very... She has that hair under control. It is, like, very uniform. Alright, now here's the real shit, okay? We made it. We made it to the nipple page. Everybody, nipple watch. This is, like, the first time tonight, I think, that we've been able to see the nipples in their full glory, in like, actual, full, like, you can tell that they're there. The HD nips. Nip watch. Alright. This was the origin of Nip watch. Well, I guess, like, the actual manual in the game itself, but outside of that. So, first, critters, of course. Critters come in several colors, but other than that, they basically look the same. You can take them out easily by jumping on their heads or rolling through them and bowling them over. Depending upon their color, they have different jumping abilities and patterns of movement. That's what makes them a little unpredictable. Another member of the critter family, Crash, is the type that likes to hide out in minecarts. I like this render of the critter right here, where they got their mouth open and they're like, "Rawr, I'm gonna get ya." I've said this before, but, like, I like the original critter design the best out of all the designs they've had over the years. Even though they look great in Bonanza, like, you know, they look all buff and real nice, but, like, I like them being, you know, I don't know, they just had, like, I like this, like, sort of rich green, well, I like all the colors they were in DKC. They were a bunch of different colors, and they all looked nice, but as a default, I like they were this kind of, like, emerald, rich green color, as opposed to the more, like, light green that they kind of became later on. I don't like the light green as much, and I like their, like, shoulder armor, how they sort of had, like, a little parallel to, like, K. Rool's belly armor. They had their, like, chest and, you know, like, ab armor. I don't know, I just like their original design a lot. It's got a good, like, sense of how their color is broken up. I like their basic color, but it's broken up by, like, their shoulder pads, their chest, their like knee pads. Like, it's like it's not even like armor really. They're just wearing knee pads for some reason. It's fashion, okay? I don't know how much it actually protects them considering they already have scales, but it's just fashion, alright? It's fashion. Yeah, the closed mouth claptrap is also a little cursed. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just nostalgia, but I'm just, like, really fond of their original design. They had this sort of almost, like, serpentine feeling to them. They were, like, thin, but not in a way that made them seem, like, pathetic, like they are in DK64. It's just, like, they're, like, the slender, like, the faster, more agile ones, I guess. Gold bangles. Like, wait, what do you mean by that? Alright, Captain Tits is here, finally. The Nip himself. So, okay. We're gonna get into something right here, which... On their knees. Oh, yeah, I guess you could call those bangles. I don't know, I call them knee pads, but... we're gonna get into something right here, which has been an issue always since the beginning of DKC, which is the, like, Kremling multiplicity issue. I don't know what you'd call it. The Kremling number issue. So, like, obviously, Clump gets talked about here as if he was a single guy, like one character. And critters are not the same. Even over here in this description, it's talking about them like, you know, there's lots of them. There's an enemy type, and there's, like, lots of them out there. But Clump is, like, he's quite a character. He's, like, a big, overweight drill sergeant. So it's talking about him like he's just one dude, okay? And even though you can see in this picture there are literally two of them, you know, obviously in the game you get two of them at the same time on the same screen. But this has been a problem since the very beginning where they were doing this. And it's like, some of these guys, it's like, is there just one of them? Are there a bunch of them? Like, they were described as if they were just one. But then obviously there's, like, more of them that show up at the same time. So, I mean, I know they could just be doing the thing where it's like, you just say he or whatever for ease of, like, writing about it, when obviously there's, like, multiple of these characters who fill the same role, like, but I don't know, it's just, cause I like to think, the end of the song is always so distracting with this, like, vocal sample. It always, like, makes me stop. Anyway. Now, this is the one, like, thing that the cartoon did to my brain, because I always like to think of there being one Clump, one Krusha, like, because I like to think of them as individual characters, because they have so much personality, at least in the cartoon, and I like to think of them as being individuals who are, like, super close to K. Rool, and those are his two main minions, and he's always, like, bossing around and stuff, and I just really like the dynamic between the three of them, so I guess the way I've sort of reconciled it with myself over the years is that maybe there's a lot of Krushas, there's a lot of Clumps, but there's, like, one main one, you know, it's kind of like the classic, like, Toad Yoshi thing, where there's a lot of them, but then there's also, like, the main one who's, like, friends with Mario and does all the adventuring and stuff. So it's kind of the same situation, like, there's, like, the one Clump who's, like, the leader of the rest of them, and who's, like, you know, the one who's K. Rool's right-hand guy. Same with Krusha, there's, like, the most important one, and they just go by the same names as the rest of their species, I guess. I guess that's the most, like, intellectually honest and non-cognitive dissonance way to, like, live with this discrepancy. But this is kind of something that's going to come up again and again, especially when we get into the manuals and the novelizations and all of the stuff, the way that a lot of the Kremlings are described as individuals, even though that's not really sensible with the way the game plays out, so. Good night, Krina. You know, if you want to watch the rest of it, you can look at the VOD, or these will be up on YouTube eventually, I promise. Actually, I'm supposed to be, local recording these so they're in extra high quality, but I keep forgetting to do that. So at least these first two episodes are going to be in not as high quality as they could be, but future ones will be. Because Victor was supposed to remind me, I told him to remind me before I streamed today to local record, but he fell asleep, I think, so he didn't remind me. Oh well. That's okay. We're just looking at, you know, it's fine. I think the stream quality is good enough. Alright. So, back to Nips here. Clump is quite a character. He's like a big, overweight drill sergeant. He's not fast. How could he be? I mean, I don't know. He could be fast. You know, don't judge. He waddles along like a duck, blocking every ape in his path. Donkey Kong has no trouble putting Clump out of his misery. But his misery? God damn, like, what the fuck? Clump has a happy life, okay? He's living large. Like, I think he's probably got it good. He's, you know, put out of his misery. That's so fucked up, man. I believe in him. I think he's probably happy. I want him to be happy. That's what I want to believe, okay? But here again, lack of size counts against Diddy, as he has to hit Clump twice to off him, dude. It's brutal. If Diddy jumps on Clump's head, Clump will back up and prepare for battle. Diddy can then just do a powerful cartwheel right through him. The writer of this was like, look at this fat guy. Like, fucking kill him. Like, Jesus. Also, I like the Clump cheeks here. We get that, nice... We get to see what his back looks like as well, you know? He's got, unfortunately, he's a little bit more modest, so he is censoring his cheeks a little bit with his belt, so. And his weird, I brought this up before, but his like, weird arm tattoo thing that I always forget is there, and I don't think I've ever, like, drawn that once when I'm drawing him, but he's got his weird, like, tattoo that, like, imitates the same pattern on his helmet that, like, I did not realize was supposed to be there. I don't think you can really see it in the game, like, maybe you can, but it's, like, so low res, it's really hard to make out. I know, I'm sorry. Well, if you want to see the nips in high definition, you have to buy the actual physical, like, manual that I have here, and then you open it to the baddies page, and then you can just, like, stick your face right up in them. Where did that page go? Yeah, there we go. Right there. You just stick it right up on your eyeballs. That's the only way to really do it. All baddies on the island are under King K. Rool's control. It was the Kremlings that stole Donkey Kong's banana hoard, but it's the combined efforts of the baddies that are trying to stave off Donkey Kong's attempt to recover the bananas. Alright, now it's Crusher time, everybody! Check out the big guns on this crazy Kremling! Crush is a big blue buff dude! He's also the big silver buffer dude! Donkey Kong can take out the blue crushes by jumping on them or rolling through them. Unfortunately, Diddy cannot do the same. They make a really funny groaning noise when they bite the dust. When it comes to the silver crushes, just leave them alone. They're too tough to take out. Jump over them when the coast is clear, or toss a barrel at them if you have one handy. So, okay, crushes are sort of talked about as individuals here, but only because there's two different colors. They had to, like, kind of use they and talk about them as if there's multiples of them, because you can't get around the fact that there are at least two of them, because they are two different colors, so... But there's only one color of clump. If there had been a different colored clump, that would really complicate things, and then I don't know what we'd be doing out here, but... It's kind of interesting that I do think of, like, the main Krusha as being a blue Krusha, because that's, like, how the show had it, even though the silver ones are tougher, like, they're canonically tougher, but maybe they're also even more of himbos. They're just, like, also even a little bit more, less intelligent, so they didn't rise as high in the ranks, actually. Claptrap, with a dash in between it. Small in comparison to other baddies, Claptraps scurry along the ground, munching on air, or whatever happens to come in contact with their razor-sharp manic jaws. They usually cover a small patch of trail, patrolling back and forth along it. A quick hop and bop does the trick. Now, we all love Claptraps. Claptraps, one of the most iconic Kremlings. Okay, this is interesting. I never noticed this about them before. They have, like, a weird, like... Look at their lower jaw. It's got, like, a weird indentation in it. It's not, like... It doesn't completely come out to a rounded tip. Is that so, like, their teeth could... That doesn't really make sense, though. I don't know. It's kind of weird. They just have, like, a lower lip going on. Wait. Where's the oog at? Sorry, I'm just admiring all the imagery here before I scroll over to the next part. Alright, Rock Croc, we have moved on to the correct spelling, I guess, except now it's like one word. Is it one word in the game? I feel like I normally spell it as two separate words, but here it's one. Oh yeah, they make the really funny groaning noise when they bite the... Yeah, you're right, yeah, you're right. They called out the oh! They called it out. Alright, Rock Croc. This possessed creature only appears in a couple of stages. That's plenty. Okay, they're only in one stage. I don't know what they're talking about. Is there like a secret Rock Croc stage that I don't know about? I don't even think they're in any of the bonuses, so you can't even use the whole, like, they were counting bonuses as separate levels excuse here. I'm glad they're only in one stage, because they scared me when I was a kid. When the lights in the cave glow green, the Rock Crocs go crazy. They run back and forth with their arms outstretched, looking for something to grab. The only way to shut them down is to make the lights glow red. Doing so entails touching the stop-and-go barrels as you move through the stage. Grabbed by the Rock Crocs. They want to reach out and grab you. Abracadabra. I can never say abracadabra unless I, like, really think about it. Yeah, I was about to get to that, Andre. Hi, Dustin. we have so much going on with the lore of rock crocs between this and the Nintendo Power issues. So they're made of stalagmites, and they're possessed. So if we put those two things together, they're like creatures made from the fabric of the caves themselves that have come to life but been possessed by, like, I don't know. Maybe it's like... So I have my own theories on rock crocs that I've always had, but if we were just to go off of what we're told here, then it would be something like they are maybe like Kremling spirits, like ghosts, like the way I think about Cleaver, you know, being a possessed sword, but they are possessing like the rock of the cave itself and turning into like a... I don't know, it's... You could probably, if you tried hard enough, tie this into the way that, like, crocoids work, except more conscious than like, crocoids appear to be, who are... I still maintain that crocoids are not, like, actually really conscious or anything. They're kind of just, like, moving in a imitation of the way those creatures would have moved when they were alive, etc. That's how most of the void creatures work, are, like, not really, like, conscious beings, but kind of just imitating the way that their living counterparts would have moved. That's like some kind of automaton situation. I'm actually gonna take a break right now because I'm very thirsty, and this Baja Blast is actually not very, like, refreshing. It's tasty, but it is not refreshing, and I need some more water before we get into these other crew members here. So I'm gonna put it back. We're gonna zoom in on the nips. I know I said I wasn't gonna zoom in because it's annoying, but we're gonna do it in this case. I'm gonna be back in a minute. Gonna give you something nice to look at while I'm gone. Okay. Aside from the ads, of course, unfortunately, but I'm not even gonna put the BRB up over it. I'm not gonna censor these at all. I will see you in a few minutes. That timing, it really was suspect. I had been thirsty for a while, and I just, all of a sudden, I couldn't, like, take it anymore. I was, like, dying of thirst. But it was, like, I looked at Clump's tits for so long, and then I realized all of a sudden, I was like, guys, I'm sorry, I have to leave. Like, I gotta go take care of something. I'll be right back, but this is, I gotta go, like, right now. But for real, I was just really thirsty. Zoom in on side claptrap? Yes, we can do that. There we go. Look at him. With his big ol' head. I'm pretty sure all the renders of Rock Croc usually have the red eyes, and I don't know if they were, like, added in post, or if that was just, like, a glow effect that they put on the render, but... Like, they have that in the manual. Going back to that page again. Yeah. Okay. Necky's. So, Necky's favorite trick is to camp out up high and rain down nuts on Donkey Kong and Diddy as they walk or ride by. I mean, that's what they do. They position themselves strategically, too. There's usually something valuable just underneath them, like a golden letter or a big bunch of bananas. When Necky starts flinging nuts out in multiple directions is when it starts to get tricky. Take Necky out with a barrel if you can. We're all flinging nuts out in multiple directions when we're looking at this page. Between Clump and Crusha, yeah, we can't help it. Mini Necky. These guys can really be a pain in the necky. Instead of flapping their wings and raining down nuts, Mini Necky spits them out horizontally. Okay, do you rain down your nuts or spit them out horizontally? He always spits the nuts at regular intervals, but it's even harder to deal with when he starts flying up and down while spitting them at you. The most common method to dispose of mini nucky is to jump over the nuts and then jump on them, but a barrel toss their way works great too. Zinger. These bees are usually quite busy protecting their assigned area. They buzz back and forth, often in an arcing pattern. The spikes on their backs make them almost impervious to contact attacks. Their stingers are deadly. Sorry, that was a weird, like, line break there. Only Winky can take them one-on-one and come out the victor. Yo, Victor mentioned? Either avoid the zingers altogether or toss a barrel at them. The latter is preferable, but the former is what usually will happen. There's no one way to nut. It's like eating a Reese's, you know? Manky Kong. Manky Kong is really mad! Probably because he was never accepted as part of the Kong group. The word manky seems to be derived from the words mangy and skanky. They're really pushing that one. It's certainly benefiting for such an unsightly ape. Every time that you come across Manky Kong, you'll need to take immediate action. He has a never-ending supply of barrels, and he's not shy about throwing them at you. Generally, Manky Kong will toss 3 barrels quickly, pause, and then start throwing them again. Use that pause to your advantage and move in on him. Man, he's mangy and skanky. Just in case you didn't know. Manky is so angry. Skips, I said that last week when we were playing DKC. Yes, I do believe in my heart that Grumpy Kong is a Manky Kong. And he is by far the best of them, you know? In a way, Grumpy Kong is kind of like the Jesus of Manky Kongs, and I think he has redeemed them all by his mere presence. Then, of course, we got Armies, who we love. Army the Armadillo has an excellent attack pattern. Just, mwah, chef's kiss. Love that guy. When he sees you, he rolls up and rolls at you. He'll continue to roll at you until you stomp on him, move out of the vicinity, or until he falls off a ledge or a platform. That doesn't sound too excellent to me, if he can just, like, roll off the edge like an idiot. Which, yes, he does. I love Slippas. I think Slippas are super cute. I don't know. I just always like their design. They just got, like, that big head and the way their, like, eyes are with the weird, like, eyebrow parts on top of, or, you know. Look at the side Slippa. The side Slippa is really cute. These snakes are sly. They can appear rapidly from the right and slither right up to you before you know it. Just stomp on them and throw a barrel their way. Here's another tip. They usually don't hunt alone. They gang up when they attack. Okay, Lanky Kong could be a Manky Kong as well, but I don't know. I feel like he's just an orangutan. And maybe he was born as part of the Manky Kong tribe, but I feel like he would have quickly gotten out of it. But I feel like Grumpy could have been a Manky, like, all the way back in DKC. Like, he could have been actually one of them. I feel like he might have been born and raised in the barrel-throwing ways, and then, just, like, grew past it, you know? I feel like he looks much more like one. Alright, we gotta go back to the beginning of the album again. Chomps. Of course, chomps will only appear in the underwater stages. They like to hunt in packs, and often stagger themselves apart in certain open areas to form a shark blockade. On guard can take them out with a one poke, but other than that, your best bet is just to avoid them altogether. And then Chomps Jr. Chomps Jr. Smaller than Chomps and a little bit faster, Chomps Jr. swims around a little more sporadically than his larger counterpart. These attributes serve to make him more dangerous than Chomps, but Junior tends to be more of a loner and doesn't always like to hunt in packs. Okay, so here's something that, when we were looking at the baddies last time, that I pointed out back then, but Snacker from Banjo-Kazooie is just a Chomps Jr. Like, he really is. He has the exact same patterning, he even has the same, like, eyebrows. I never realized this, but he's just a Chomps Jr. Yeah, he needs to open his... I mean, I guess they don't open their mouths that much. They do have them closed a lot of the time. But he's got, like, a nose. Chomps Jr.'s... He's got, like, a nose. Then we got Squidge, of course. Dealing with Squidges can be deceptively difficult. First, their coloring makes them blend in with their watery surroundings, and thereby gives them an automatic head start when they attack. Second, they move with a surging motion, propelling themselves along, usually in a diagonal direction. It's really an underwater nightmare when a pack of squidges attacks. What a maze they create! If you have on guard, he could be your saving grace if you come across a pack of squidges. He can charge right through them. Clambo. This large shellfish always remains stationary, but he does have an unlimited supply of deadly pearls to spit out. Some clambos spit out only 1 pearl at a time. Some spit 2. Some spit 3, and even some spit 5! Moving vertically can be past a barrage of pearls can be difficult. And then Croctopus, which I also, like I said last time, has pretty much the exact pattern of the octopuses from Banjo-Tooie. The Croctopus will always chase you. That's just their nature. If you see one, you can bank on the fact that it will be coming to get you very soon. Its rotating tentacles make it quite a speedy swimmer, so don't take any wrong turns while you're trying to outswim a Croctopus. You can try all you like, but not even on guard will be able to defeat this powerful baddie. Yeah, why can on guard defeat like a shark, but not an octopus? I guess they're just spinning their fan blade tentacles in such a way that he just can't get his sword nose in there to poke at the, like, more vulnerable squishy parts. Yeah, where is Bite Size? Where the fuck is Bite Size? They left Bite Size out of this shit. Man, this book sucks. What the hell? They said they were gonna show us every part of the game, all 101%. They lied. I don't know, I guess Chomps Jr. just is really good at holding his breath. Now it's not so wide anymore. Why was this scanned in at, like, different resolutions? What? Okay, I think some of these are, like, 4-pagers. And then some of them aren't. I'm gonna have to figure out if I... Oh my god, it just keeps, like, rapidly changing the... I don't want to have to, like, adjust it all the time. Okay, we don't... Bonanza again, by the way. It came back. I don't think we need to look too deeply at these pages. Like, this is basically in the instruction manual already. This is just a little more detailed. Okay. Hey, there's the on guards at the bottom. That's where it is. Now I know. I should have looked at this in advance. For so many reasons. Okay. Now, I don't know how we're gonna handle looking at this entire book. Like, now that we've gone over the enemies, we don't really need to look at, like, every single level, but we'll just kind of, like, cruise through them, I guess. Bite Size doesn't have a render. But it had to have, because they were all, like... They were all rendered on the 3D workstations and then imported into the game, so it had to have had a render at some point. I guess just they didn't give any of them to the, like, public, you know? They didn't give any of them to the publicity. Maybe there's something cursed about the Bite Size render. They didn't want people looking at it too close. They're like, please, don't look at this fish too closely. You can only see it in the game. We don't want you to see, like, the up-close Bite Size. Well, it's because it's Bite Size, so it's gotta be a small little sprite. You can't, like, look at it too big, or its name becomes a lie, like Tiny Kong's is these days. Okay, I really don't need the Jungle Hijinks' guide. This level is pretty easy to figure out. Oh my god, it's back to being wide again. There's Bite Size, there he is! Is it gonna mention them? It doesn't even really mention them, but they are in the picture. Now here's a... So Very Naughty is the first one. Alright, good to have that confirmed, because I forgot. Classic, Very Naughty render right here. Could this be the location where the Kremlings have stashed Donkey Kong's banana hoard? Well, yes and no. King K. Rool has appointed some tough customers to guard portions of Donkey Kong's hoard while he figures out what to do with all of the bananas. I like the implication that he just, like, stole them and he's like, what are we gonna do with this shit? Like, what? This is, like, way more bananas than I was expecting. Like, I don't know what to do with all these guys. Come on. We gotta figure this out. Yeah, because, like, look at all these bananas that are there. And this is just one boss arena. There's so many bosses in this game. And this is the amount of bananas that are given just just to very naughty to guard. Like, goddamn, the Kongs really did have way too many bananas, I think. Way too many bananas for, like, one place. I like, you know, K. Rool has appointed some tough customers to guard port. It's like, Giant Beaver, you. Other Giant Beaver, you. He just, like, looked around and we're like, who are the biggest guys here? It's like, this is a very big naughty. And you're also very big naughty, so... You know, all the actual cool people were back home on Crocodile Isle, like Cudgel, you know, like Cleaver. They were back home, so he just, like, looked around. He was like, who's here already? Who came over to Donkey Kong Island? Well, I got 2 giant beavers. I got 2 giant neckies. I got, like, a oil drum that's alive. I can shove some Kremlings in there. Alright. Yeah, well... Clump and Crush, it could have been bosses, but the best they got was, like, two Clump clones being shoved into Boss Dum-Drum. The, DK with his hard hat on. You know, more Bonanza foreshadowing. More Bonanza. Alright. We gotta read about Stop and Go Station at least, because this is the Rock Croc's time to shine. This fast-paced stage is full of terror. Terror in the form of rock crocs, that is. With their red glowing eyes and highly erratic movements. They are probably the most frightful creatures on the island. I agree. They're scary. There's an easy way to calm them down, though. Just hit the stop and go barrel so they read stop. That tells the rock crocs what to do. They're pretty stupid. God's... Holy fuck, dude. Destroyed. I get... Yeah, like, it says stop, so what are they gonna do? They gotta stop. Like, they're not stupid. They're just really, like, obedient. They're just very rules followers. That's why K. Rool likes them so much. They're really easy to boss around. In fact, I would say they're not stupid because they can read. They can read the big word stop, and they're like, alright, well, if you say so, we'll stop. I guess they just have respect, you know? They actually have respect for the Kongs. This is like, we're, you know, the Kongs own this island. We're just here. This is their territory, though, and if they tell us to stop, we'll stop, you know? All you have to do is ask. So they're really polite and intelligent, you know? This guide is calling them stupid, but I think the evidence points to otherwise. I don't think we're gonna find anything as good as the guy just flat out calling Rock Croc stupid. I'm glad Kreno left already. She loves them. You know, it's pretty mean. We wouldn't want to, like, you know, I'm gonna stick up for Rock Crocs. They are scary, but I don't think they're stupid. Alright, Necky's nuts. Just as very naughty had a portion of Donkey Kong's banana hoard stashed away in his lair, Master Necky has a similar ration in his. Your Simian Sense. Simian Sense! Ragey, are you here? No, I don't think Ragey's here anymore. Simian Sense is gonna come back. That's gonna be relevant next session. Should tell you that the tire placed directly in the middle of the nest should be of some use to you. It is. Since you can't use the nuts that Master Necky spits out to throw back at him, you'll have to enter into a battle of bodies. Alright. The tire will help you get up to his level. Yeah, by the way, next week is going to be, like, fictionalizations of Donkey Kong Country, so we're going to be reading the novel. I was going to do that this week, but then decided to focus on all of this, like, you know, hype advertisement stuff instead. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's anything really worth looking at in these levels. Alright, here we are. This one, Orangutan Gang, of course, deserves its own, like, it has, like, twice as many pages as most levels because, yeah, it's got twice as many bonuses as most levels. This is probably... Sorry, yeah, you can use its rubbery qualities. This is probably one of the most complicated, if not the most complicated stages in the game. There's so many things going on in this stage, it's hard to keep track of everything. There are plenty of ups and downs, that's where maps come in handy. Aren't you glad you got this player's guide? Yeah, I wish I had it last week. Espresso's help will be invaluable to you here. A whopping 5 bonus areas can be found and entered in this difficult stage. Yeah. This is where they shoved all the extra bonuses so they could say they had 100 areas in this game. Alright, now we got Bumblebee Rumble. Wow, Donkey Kong had no idea how many bananas those Kremlings made off with. Yeah, every time he gets to, like, another boss, he's like, there's this many more of them? Like, I didn't even realize I had this many bananas. Queen Bee has a tremendous amount of banana booty. Yeah, she does. Look at that. Stashed away in her hive. She'll be ready to sting when she realizes you've made it this far. When Queen Bee is really upset, she'll turn red and there's nothing you can do to damage her. So she calms down and goes back to her normal yellow and black attack mode. 5 swats at the barrel and she's down. I like the Queen Bee. Zingers make for good bosses. I like both Bumblebee Rumble and King Zing Sting a lot. Alright, this is where the game gets really hard. Do they tell you about the shortcut in this level? I guess they do. Yeah, it looks like it, because they dedicated a lot of pages to this one. Understandably. I think it is, but only because Victor fell asleep, and he's probably been asleep. We've had a really long couple days, and we got home just in time for me to start streaming earlier, and I think after dinner he just fell asleep. I thought I heard him moving around a little bit earlier, but he might have gone back to sleep, I don't know. So he hasn't been calling me, because he's been asleep. Slipside Ride is such a special level. It's got such good music, and it's the only archetype of this type in the game. I like this part, because it says find on guard, and it says, where was he when you really needed him? It's like that, it's like the, I don't know, it's like the thing about, like, Jesus carrying you through the sand. It's like, when there were only one set of, I don't know, there's no footsteps, because you can't say there was only one set of footsteps, because it's the underwater, so there's no footsteps at all. When there was only one trail through the water, that's when On Guard was carrying us. Torchlight trouble, the Squawks level. There won't be any trouble with the lights when you bust Squawks and his lamp out of the crate at the beginning of the stage. When hunting for the bonus areas or jumping along gaps, it's better to use Diddy, but for attacking the mini crushes in this stage, Donkey Kong will have to get the nod, because the big ape can take out Blue Crush out by jumping on top of him, whereas Diddy can't. Alright, we are reading about all the bosses, because, you know, they're important. Like his relative, very naughty, really naughty, is a beaver that likes to jump around and bash intruders who have stumbled upon his hideout. The amount of bananas that are here is staggering! How will Donkey and Diddy carry all of them back to the Horde? Worry about that later. I like it, every single, like, one of these boss descriptions, they just gotta comment on, like, the truly absurd amount of bananas that there are. Just like, this is ridiculous. Look at all these. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, but front-facing squawks where you can tell that his beak is just like razor thin, and then it just sort of like widens out when it gets to his cheeks. Welcome to the Wastelands. This area of the island, once lush and overgrown with island greenery, has been stripped of all its natural beauty. Instead, smog clouds the air, and there's a general lack of greenery. King K. Rool and his factories are to be held responsible for polluting the place. The levels of toxicity are high, so don't spend more time than you have to in the slimy area. There are many items hidden in the factories. So again, unfortunately, this does not give us any canonical or semi-canonical hints as to how long these factories have been here. Have they been here for years? Did the Kremlings just really set them up real fast recently? We don't have any strong evidence one way or the other. So we gotta leave that up to individual interpretation. But here we go, double bonus area, there it is! This will probably be the most missed bonus area in the entire game. Players won't really have any trouble finding the bonus area, but there's a secret to getting into the second one here. Go for the smallest prize, a single banana, blah blah, so yeah. For the entire game, you can only get into the second bonus area once. You better do it right the first time. See, they say that, but I know I fucked up when I was doing this last week, and I didn't get the first... Like, is it because I died or something? Like, because I didn't get the single barrel at first that came out of the, like, one banana thing. I messed up. I had to go back and do it again. So, like, I guess it means that you can only do it... You can only do the bonus itself once, and after you've done it, it, like, locks off and doesn't let you do it again. Because, like, I got in there. I just didn't care about, like, winning or losing the bonus, because who cares? But I guess you can only ever, like, once you've gotten into it, you can't get back in there, which is weird. But I don't know. Like, I messed up for sure, and I had a second chance to get in there. Like, if it was really true that you only have one chance to find it, and if you mess up on this bonus, then it's, like, sealed off forever, that would be atrocious. But I don't think that's true. Don't bring Rambi, okay? Don't. If you want to bring him along, fine. But you'll be much more agile. This is like a speedrunner wrote this. Speedrunners hate Rambi for some reason. I guess because he is, like, slower most of the time. Get in the hole! That was, you know, we already went through that earlier. Sorry, I'm wondering if, some of these level descriptions have any, like, good flavor text in them, but... Elevator Antics is just about, like, I don't know. Poison Pond is a toxic tempest of the worst kind. It's not bad enough that the waste from the Kremling Industries Inc. has totally polluted the water, but that pollution breeds the kind of baddies that you just don't want to know about. Bite sizes everywhere. Apparently, yeah, we don't want to know about bite sizes because they didn't even include them in the enemy description, so I guess we don't. Guess we don't want to know about them. Squidges going every which way, and Chomps Jr. is lurking around just about every corner. It's not a pretty sight, and someone should really do something about it. I should write a strongly worded letter to King K. Rool and tell him to stop his factories, please, okay? They're turning our local water into Mountain Dew Baja Blast. You know, or DK can use his explosive barrels that he keeps in his backpack that we all know and love that Donkey Kong has, and do a little eco-terrorism on the factories. He'll take matters into his own hands when you read the novelization of this next week, which will probably be Friday again, I think, but I'm not sure yet. We'll talk about that more at the end. I love this, hold on. Wait a sec, it's like, okay, it's like DK on Rambi, and then Diddy petting on guard. I mean, why do I keep calling him on guard? It's the E's. Petting Espresso on the head, and then, like, Winky is also there, but, like, just behind them? Winky is, like, you can barely see him, but he is there. Bite-sized mention, but, you know, apparently we don't want to know about them, so that's all we get to know about them is that they exist. I don't know if he could use his fist, even according to Bonanza rules, because if the factories are made of metal, he couldn't necessarily destroy them, you know? What's wrong with the lights here? They keep turning on and off. On and off. It doesn't end. The lights cycle once about every 1.5 seconds. If it went any faster, it'd be a strobe. That's not the worst of it. The most difficult things about this stage are the small moving platforms. Yeah, we wouldn't want to have any flashing light warning that could cause epilepsy in this game, now would we, Squawks? Would we? Alright, let's see. I'm actually very intrigued to see what they have to say about Boss Dumdrum. This major baddie is unlike any other enemy on the entire island. It's a mechanical sort of beast. A giant skull and crossbones is painted on its side. This is a warning and should not be taken lightly. Dumdrum, while having no apparent functional eyes, can sense where you are in its lair and will try to oust you by landing on your head. Don't let Dumdrum get the best of you. Your bananas are much too important. Yeah, Dumdrum sees you when you're sleeping, and he knows when you're awake. And it says that Dumdrum has no functional eyes, but it does have eyes that are glowing, so why wouldn't that just be its eyes, you know? Like... Alright, Tanked Up Trouble, my least favorite level in this game. Not least because it has that bonus that... it's just... This bonus area is commonly missed. You don't fucking say! There's no way to tell it's there whatsoever. Oh yeah, cheeked up DK returns. Yeah, Winky... Yeah, we just don't... I was thinking that maybe this was like a weirdly scanned in page split, and this was like a spread, and Winky, like the rest of Winky was on the next page. Like, oh yeah, you just... Like, it was the middle of it, but no, he's just... That's really all you see of him. He's just like being blocked by Ramby's ass. He's got his face in Ramby's ass. Poor Winky. So, some acknowledgement of the jumping claptraps here. The claptraps here are smart. They jump when you do. You have to approach them differently. You can't just take a regular hop and expect to bop them. If you do that, they'll bite you for sure. It takes a longer jump to hit them. Hey, hold on, what bonus is this? Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Alright. Might as well save the hardest stage for last. See, I don't think that Platform Perils is necessarily the hardest stage. I don't know what is. But, I don't know. I don't think it's that hard. I mean, I guess it's kind of hard the way you have to, like, handle the barrels to get rid of the, like, invincible crushes. Like, if you, like, miss your barrel throw, there's just really nothing you can do about it. But, like, if you're good at throwing barrels in this game, then it's really not that hard of a level. Alright, Master Necky Sr. has had it up to here with the likes of you apes. He's fucking had it! He's armed himself with a plethora of nuts, and he's ready to use them. The joke is on him, though. His attack pattern is monumentally lame. Dude, this guy sucks. If you know it, there's not even a chance that one of the nuts he spits out will even scratch you. Don't let the fact that the bananas in the background will soon be yours again distract you from your ultimate purpose here. The battle is what you've come for. You're so close to the end. Don't let a gargantuan vulture get the best of you. You're apes! You're much higher on the evolutionary chain than a vulture. I like that this is just like this pep talk here. This guide really puts you in the mindset of being an ape. Along with that, I think it was in one of the Nintendo Power issues where it's like, to an ape, there is nothing more important than bananas. It's the law of nature. Like, whatever that paragraph was. It was insane. Yeah, this is like a shiny... This is shiny Necky Sr. The DK ass emote. It's the boy! We made it! Alright, we made it to the end, everybody. We made it to the end of Donkey Kong Country. He's... his like, hee-hee pose. His oh-ho-ho pose. The villainous scoundrel that has been the mastermind behind this whole banana fiasco is not even on the island. He's out in the water on his ship, acting like a pirate. King K. Rool is the biggest beast that any ape has ever seen. Yeah, well, and Jungle Climber, but we'll get to that months on the line, you know? The lumbering lard bucket, hey now, don't be rude, just sits out there on a ship, barking orders at his minions. The main deck of his ship is where the final battle will take place. You have to be more than ready. K. Rool is much more agile than he looks, and he's ready to rumble. You've already taken a reptile rumble, you might say. You've already taken back more bananas than he had ever thought you would. The boy. Also, he's not even as big as, like, Master Neki Sr. I mean, presuming that there's a whole Neki body back there, and they're not actually just a head, then I think the Kongs have already seen something bigger than K. Rool in this game. But I guess they couldn't really, maybe like the Nekis are like bursting their heads out of like the banana pile, so like you can't actually see their bodies. I don't know. You know what? This should have been like, look, I mean, I love the pointing pose, which they just invented out of nowhere, but like this should have been his main Smash render, just like, he should have done that in Bonanza too, but you know, maybe next time. King K. Rool throws his pointy crown at you. Jump over it and onto his head. Jump over him when he charges. He makes one more side-to-side pass for each time that you hit him. His next onslaught involves falling cannonballs. Quickly roll between the cannonballs as they fall and jump on his head when the cannonballs stop falling and he throws his crown. Read the process and the credits start rolling. Stay sharp, he's tricky. Now I know it's not that exciting to read strategies for beating a boss, but you know, it's K. Rool, so I gotta do it. If you're wondering why I skip the song every time, it's because it has lyrics in it, and I don't want there to be lyrics going on while I'm talking. See if I can zoom in a little bit on it, just for this, you know, just for the boy. Also because they, like, stitched this together from two screens, I guess, of the parallax. Like, there's like, two Donkey Kong islands. Wow! Gee, DK, how come you get two islands? And now the Kremlings don't have any. You fucking blew up their one and only home, and you got two islands over here? Like, jeez. Why don't you let the Kremlings live on one of your, like your extra island over here? The end? No, it's not the end. Not on your life. K. Rool's got a jumping attack for you. Duck under him when he passes by, and then jump on his head when he stops to throw his crown at you again. So I guess they didn't, like, spoil the credit gag really. They just, like, you know... They kind of spoiled that something is coming, so be ready, but they don't say, like, he's got fake credits, and when those happen, you better be ready, because he's not defeated yet. So that's kind of nice they didn't actually spoil that for the players. That's cool. And that is the end of the game, and we get back to DK's sculpted ass cheek text again. You know, I was kind of thinking they would say, like, congrats, you did it, you beat the game, you know, if you got all the bonuses, Cranky will say, like, an extra line, but no, they end on him. That's the final battle, alright. No. That's all you need to know. Everything else you can figure out for yourself, I guess. No. We'll probably do a watch party of Return to Crocodile Isle and the Pirates scoring cover at some point later on in this, so we'll save it for then. Alright. So that's all I had planned to look at, which means it's time for the video now. Which means I just get to sit back and relax and drink this Baja Blast. But I gotta set this up really quick, so give me a minute. I'm gonna go back to this song because I really like it. While I set this up real quick. Let's see, I might have to do a new window thing here real quick. All right, let's, I could full screen it. I don't think I will though. Let's see. Okay, we'll full screen that. Okay, interestingly, there we go. Okay, it's showing up now. So I haven't seen this video in a long time. I like watched it at some point in the past, but I actually chose this YouTube video because the person is, like, they go through, like, the packaging it came in and stuff, so a little bit of, extra content for us there. There we go. All right. First of all, I'm going to start playing it and then tell me if you can, like, hear the... I have to make sure that I have, like, the audio balance where we can all hear the YouTube video, so give me a second here.
Hey YouTube, Bob here.
Hey Bob, okay, so can you hear Bob? Did you hear Bob all right? Was he too loud? Yeah, this is a World of Nintendo on YouTube, in case you were wondering who Bob is. I hope Bob doesn't say anything bad, because I don't know, I haven't actually watched this video. I'm sure we can trust Bob. I believe in Bob. Also, alright. Thank you, Bob. And, you know, we can watch the Diddy Kong Racing one, too, when we get there. And, unfortunately, Banjo-Kazooie is not going to be part of this series, but we can, maybe watch it just for fun at some point, along with the Banjo-Tooie one, and the, DK64. Obviously, we can watch that along with the Jet Force Gemini part. But yeah, let's hear what Bob has to say. Yeah, I think it might be a little bit loud. I'll turn Bob down on just the YouTube controls. Okay. Alright, let's just sit back and enjoy. That's true. Banjo-Kazooie's, like, related, so, you know, it's part of the same universe. Mr. Vile's an honorary Kremling.
Hey YouTube, Bob here. Over the course of the next 10 videos, I'm going to take a look at and present my collection of Nintendo promotional VHS tapes. I think it's rather amusing to realize that these represent the modern-day equivalent of the internet in regards to pushing video content out to consumers. These VHS tapes were made available in a variety of ways. They were sent to subscribers of Nintendo Power Magazine for free, they could be ordered by mail for a small fee, or they could be found at retail stores completely free of charge. When Nintendo put them out, the internet was just starting to become available in homes across the country, but streaming video over the internet, that was still years away. I can imagine how costly these video promotions may have been for Nintendo back then, and how much more economical and easy it is for them now. Just take a look at what they do with Nintendo Direct. Anyway, I currently have 10 of the videos in my collection.
It's true.
These are the only ones I've seen, but there may be more. If you know of one that I don't have here, let us know in the comments. This first video is the only one that I owned firsthand as a kid. It arrived to my doorstep in late 1994 for free thanks to my subscription to Nintendo Power Magazine. Donkey Kong Country Exposed showcased the amazing technology behind Nintendo's latest game, Donkey Kong Country. And inside here, I believe there's even a little leaflet explaining the technology behind the game.
I would love to have this.
So you open up the box here that says, "Enter the Jungle, November 21st. You've got Nintendo of America's old address, Donkey Kong hanging there on the Nintendo sign, and the box completely covered in ACM trees.
Look at those beautiful trees. The tree wallpaper there.
Set out here. And the leaflet says, exposed. And then there's a little box that Rambi comes in. The beast is back. We got Donkey Kong. Congratulations. You were chosen from a select list of Super NES owners to receive this exclusive preview video, The Making of Donkey Kong Country. Not everyone will be so lucky, so pop it into your VCR, hang on, and enjoy the ride.
I wasn't
Go
that lucky.
behind the scenes at Nintendo of America in search of the big gorilla, Donkey Kong. The beast is back with a vengeance. DK starring in the biggest, baddest Super NES game ever, Donkey Kong Country. And you get to see this incredibly advanced game in action before the rest of the world gets blown away by it on November 21st. This is 1994, by the way. Get exposed to the amazing graphics and sound. Once you've watched this video a few hundred times and have memorized every detail, that's kind of funny because I actually did that as a kid.
I was gonna say
The
I would have
goodies,
watched
the
it
baddies,
100 times.
Learn the
I would
tips,
have.
check the technology, and have made Diddy your new best bud. You might even want to expose your friends to it. They'll be overcome with shock, amazement, and disbelief. Just make sure you watch it all because what you think is the end may not be the
Was that
end.
like a K. Rool foreshadowing?
Swing into your nearest Nintendo retailer and book your copy of Donkey Kong Country now. Brought to you by Nintendo Power Magazine.
I like how they use the
Your
book now
inside
from
source for
Funky's
the latest
Flights
news on all Nintendo products.
to like
And here
reference.
we've got
yeah.
Funky Kong's Flights. Book now or pre-order your copy. You won't believe your eyes. Get ready for the first game to utilize fully rendered graphics for all game elements. All of the characters, items, backgrounds, and foregrounds were created using super sophisticated
It's the
silicon
trilinear
graphics
bitmap
computers.
interpolation,
The graphics
Diddy.
look too good to
There
be
he is.
16-bit,
There he
but
is.
they are.
That's what this is
Diddy
from.
Kong says, trilinear bitmap interpolation. And Donkey Kong says, what?
I didn't know what that was actually.
Where are you going to
from.
find it? Not on Sega Genesis or the 32X adapter. Not on CD-ROM. Not on 64-bit. It's only on the Super NES. Reserve your copy now. So yeah, not only they're trying to hype Donkey Kong Country, but they're trying to put some smack on Genesis as well. Reserve your copy now. Enter the jungle November 21st. Alright, so let's expose Donkey Kong Country with Donkey Kong Country exposed.
I'm so ready to be exposed to.
And it's like, whoa, and it blows your mind.
It's all the shading and stuff. It's really well shaded. Everything looks so rounded.
And you're really going to think that
Like,
it's a
especially
game
DK's
that's a
cheeks.
generation ahead of its time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
brilliant.
Last second timing stuff in there where you have to jump real quick.
I think a lot of people are going to be surprised at the kind of game that Donkey Kong Country is.
It's so loud. What? There was a bite size, I guess. It was a fish. It's like a photorealistic fish.
Here we are today on our way to Redmond, Washington to take an exclusive insider's look at Nintendo's new revolutionary yet unreleased game, Donkey Kong Country. Where do they get a load of us?
What?
Guys,
Inverted
we finally
Donkey
made
Kong?
it. Nintendo of America, the fortress. Let's find out what Donkey Kong Country's all about. Let's go inside. Let's do it.
I like the bananas that they left on the
Ken,
ground.
Ken Lobb, development manager.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Donkey Kong Country, how you doing?
He's got a
What is
banana.
the deal with this here?
Yeah, we get a lot of letters, and they like to put pretty pictures on the front of the envelopes, so we'll, like, stick it on the wall, you know?
So, Ken.
You want a banana?
No thanks.
What? Who
Ken,
says?
I want in
Who
on
says
this
no
Donkey Kong
things?
Country thing. I want in. I want on the inside.
Come on, man.
I don't know.
Ken, me and you, pal, we go back a long way. Come on. What do you think? Old time's sake?
Okay, I'll take you to the treehouse.
The treehouse. Gotta hope there's no climbing involved. Here it is.
What's the password?
Diddy.
Password. Diddy? Yeah! You know, after about 1,000 ditties, we finally get into the treehouse. We're gonna say hello to Tony Harmon. He is the product development manager here at Nintendo. Tony, how you doing?
Pretty good. Welcome to the treehouse.
Thank you very much. And I want to know, the story behind the game.
Are you here to talk about the story? I'm the wrong guy. We need to get Dan here. This is Dan Osten.
Oh, Dan.
Hey, there he is.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Good, Dan. I want to know something about this story.
Basically, we had a chance to kind of create a new story for Donkey Kong. We gave him a world to live in, some supporting characters. Foremost among those, Diddy Kong, the little Kong wannabe monkey guy.
Little Kong wannabe?
He's a cool little dude who follows Kong around, tries to be just like him.
He's called
The story
Kong.
actually picks up with Diddy sitting in the jungle guarding the banana horde. No sooner does the storm start, nightfall, Kremlings come, stuff Diddy in a
Kremlings,
barrel.
what are...
Kremlings are the tribe of evil reptilian beings who inhabit the island, and they're very envious of Kong's banana stockpile.
As we all are.
Yes, as anyone would be.
Yeah.
And they stuff Diddy in the barrel, punt it in the bushes, and grab all the bananas and take off with the loot.
Donkey wakes up and...
Next day, Kong wakes up, where's my bananas? He goes out to find him. Rescue his little buddy, find out where he is.
But Kong's angry, he's got his little buddy back, but he needs his bananas. So we get the Kremlins, we got Diddy, and we get the big fella. Tony, did you have a favorite character? Are there more characters in this?
There's a lot of characters. I like the whole Kong family. We got Cranky. Cranky's the star of the original Donkey Kong game.
Still alive, is he?
Dad or grandfather played that game.
Wow.
Then we also have Funky Kong. Funky is kind of the California circuit.
There-
Funky Kong.
Coming at ya.
He runs
nice.
Funky Flights, and the Funky Flights allow you to fly around to different parts of the game. We also got Candy Kong. Candy Kong
baby.
is Donkey Kong's love interest.
The heartbeat.
Okay, good. I was wondering, maybe I could take a look at the game?
Yeah.
And then he's gonna be like, maybe
Right
I
over
could,
here.
get
These
Candy's
guys are
phone
so
number.
easy. Yeah.
This is Armand, and this is Rich.
How you doing?
Oh, hey.
These guys test Donkey Kong Country for a living. We have hundreds of areas in Donkey Kong Country, and these guys have to play each area probably 100, 200 times each, weeding out all the bugs. This is a prototype board. There's 8 chips on this, 4 meg each, which makes it a 32 meg game, the biggest game ever. This 32 megs allows us to do a variety of action and a variety of backgrounds. We have snow levels, jungle levels,
The pyramid type level.
pyramid levels,
The
cave
scaffolding level.
the forest levels.
The industrial level.
Underground, factories, all kinds of bizarre places that you wouldn't expect to find on an island.
Yeah, it does. We've got a bunch of guys that call it goodies. These guys help you out. We got Ramby, who's a rhinoceros who bashes through some walls, helps you find some hidden areas. We got Winky the frog. He's bad. He can jump on top of like chairs.
Either.
Wait, do
Yeah,
they
we
mean
got
he's
Espresso,
bad,
that's
like,
an
in a
ostrich,
cool
fine
way?
ostrich
Or, like,
with
he's
little
just
bitty
bad?
wings and goes flapping along top of the screen.
A lot of people think
we have
Winky
a lot
is
of
bad.
other special effects we do as well. On the snow level, we have 12
guy
different layers of
sucks.
snow going back and forth. We have forest levels with parallax scrolls for dimension in the game.
Well, how did this project get started?
Visited my friends at Rare. Rare's been working with Nintendo for a number of years, and Tim Stamper, the head creative person there, was telling me about an idea he had to make a game out of fully rendered characters.
Tim, I was just curious as to how you made them look so real.
Because we're based in Twycross, we have a zoo about 2 miles away.
Ah, you went to the zoo.
The zoo, yeah, and had a good look at the gorillas and the monkeys, and with video cameras, it was pretty funny.
Hey, big fella. Hey, there's Diddy. Diddy and Donkey.
There they
Okay,
are.
get out of the way, Diddy. How's it feel to be a prototype, fellas?
Using advanced computers to produce a 3-dimensional model that we can display on a computer screen.
So, what do we got to eat here?
Well, today we got the cream of banana soup, the banana and peanut butter sandwich.
Hey, your name is George,
George Zachary from Silicon Graphics.
I was wondering if you could help me out a little bit in explaining the game.
Sure, it's a really cool game. It was created on this thing called the Challenge, which is this really advanced supercomputer. Basically, picture 20 supercomputers in a box.
Now, with all this technology, am I going to have to buy an adapter for my home Nintendo?
Not at all. In fact, when the game was created on the Challenge, it was basically specially output to the Super Nintendo game system. So it basically comes in a cartridge, you stick it in the system, and you play.
How do we make the roundness, the 3D?
Actually, it was
Everyone's
created
obsessed
on
with the
on
roundness
Challenge.
of
First in
DK's
wireframe.
DK's
Actually, then
ass
you grow
cheeks.
shade them, or you can Phong shade them, and then you actually texture map them. And you can even tri-linearly bitmap interpolate.
Trilinear bitmap
Let me ask
interpolation.
you this. I heard downstairs something about ACM
Yeah, that's
technology.
advanced computer modeling. Basically, what you can do with it is it lets you create fully realistic, fully rendered 3D graphics, so the person has a sense of really being there. Same computers that were used in Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, new movies like True Lies, Mask.
A year and a half later, we're closing on the finish of the game.
All right, here we are. We're about to talk to 2 guys who play this game 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Me.
And guess what, folks?
Speedrunners.
They get paid. This is Henry. Henry, say hello.
Hey, what's up?
Henry, we were wondering if maybe you could show us a couple tips and pointers.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
That'd be great.
Okay, well, this is the first level, and this is Donkey Kong's treehouse, and that's where we got our name from. And there's a banana arrow on top of the trees when you first start. Donkey Kong can drop down there, and he can knock the keg out of the floor, and he can roll it up against the wall and bounce back and ride it. And Donkey Kong will just cruise straight through the first part of this stage, and it's a good way to get people started off. You can just bowl over some of the tougher enemies that might have gave him a problem. Yeah, hey, you hungry? You want a banana?
No.
Well, I guess I could show you something else, too. This is a snow level
This
later on in the
guy-
game.
It is snowy.
Hates bananas.
Donkey Kong can now ride, ride thin barrels and shoot
He was
out.
the inspiration for K. Rool
This
and
one
Jungle
part here is a
Climber.
series of barrels, and if you can navigate it properly, almost perfect.
Does he
and
like
not
rotten
miss
bananas
anything,
though?
You can
My
score
question.
a bunch of free men at the end of the level.
Bunch of
Yo,
free
hey,
men, not just
Gadworks.
one.
Hold on,
A
hold
bunch
on.
of blue balloon comes up.
We were watching the VHS called Donkey Kong Country Exposed, which they sent to people in 1994 to get them to buy Donkey Kong Country. So that's what's going on here, just so you know. Merry Christmas to you too. We've been looking at Nintendo powers and stuff like that all day, so this is where we're at now. But anyway, we'll go on. I'm mostly not talking during this so that you can hear the 90s lingo firsthand without me interrupting it. So
And Donkey Kong can grab it. There it
This
is.
is very hard?
It's tough. You got to get it down perfect. And
Wow, so
there it
you
is.
got a bunch of free men. Let's go talk to Isaac. This is Isaac. Isaac, say hello.
Hello.
hey, Isaac.
Isaac, I was wondering maybe you could show us a couple more pointers. Possible?
Yeah, I can do that. No problem.
These guys are great.
All right.
What do we
They
got?
got bananas like
snow.
on the
Yeah, we have
printer.
more snow here.
Okay.
I love it.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna jump on this igloo and use this really slow vulture. It looks peculiar. Peculiar enough to get us into a bonus level.
Bonus.
And I must say, this is
Yeah,
one
some people call lives min.
100 bonus levels.
I think that's like
100
really
bonus levels.
outdated,
Bonus
but
level
back in
is
the
actually
I remember
every
people
game.
saying that
Absolutely.
like back in the 90s.
You have to guess which barrel that this golden medallion's gonna wind up in. Like to take a guess?
Yeah, the far right.
Okay. Oh, you're very good. Very good. Okay, the second tip I'm gonna show you, it involves our little friend Diddy.
Diddy.
Yeah, Diddy's the cool guy. You walk over to this little
He
pin
is.
here. You jump on top of it. You're gonna grab that rope. Let the rope take you over. Jump right on top of that little stump in the ground. Pick up the TNT. Walk over to this oil can.
You call
roll
it a
up,
stump.
fall
Yeah, I
right
don't know what
into
you
the
call it.
middle.
It's just like a covering
Now, what
of
you
the
want to do in
floor.
this bonus
Like,
level is jump out of this canister here, out of this little can, and grab the balloon.
So we have some pointers now. Good thing you came with us, because you learned some things today that, boy, you're not going to learn just anywhere else. You thought it was going to be a waste of your time, didn't you?
Fried green bananas, bananas au gratin.
now, here's what I'm talking
Video
about.
game music
The
should
good
draw
stuff.
you into the game. In Donkey Kong Country, we had graphics that were way beyond anything else that's ever been done. We were also hoping to get some music better than anything that's ever been done.
And they
This music,
succeeded.
for example, is very upbeat, fits with the jungle. It's an early level. The level's not very hard. The music is kind of nice. Okay, now here we have the music that goes with the water level. Now, in this level, you've just finished a really, really hard level in the game. We use this music and this fairly easy level as kind of a reward. Because the music is so good, we're putting this music on a CD. You know, something that's big in Japan for many, many years is game music on CD. Hasn't been a big hit in America because maybe the music hasn't been quite up to what you hear on the radio is every daytime. You're kind of losing it, dude.
We got massive Smurfs attacking him on the scaffold level. What are the big blue
Well,
buff?
the reason why I like them is because, for one, they're big, they're blue, and they're buff.
Well,
and
then when you hit 'em,
and
they kind of bounce.
We got Crusher fans.
Those guys are so cool, man. You touch these barrels and the lights turn on and off. And these rock guys are just kind of rolled up.
They're talking about their favorite Kremlings. This is great.
It's so cool.
it's
And you got to switch them on and off.
Sounds so scary.
Yeah, On Guard's the fisher ride, and he just kind of pokes you with his swordfish front. And
Pokes the bad guys.
yeah, yeah.
Do you guys get to ride? Do we get to ride minecart?
Actually,
Oh, yeah.
the minecart was a favorite stage.
That's your favorite stage?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool stage.
You're mining? What are we
Well,
doing?
You're on the tracks, and a lot of them are broken, so you gotta avoid, a lot of the broken tracks so you don't fall into the caverns.
Oh, hey, Skella.
We put this
Glad
out.
you
What do
made
think-
it.
What do you think your friends are going to think about this game?
I don't think really you have to tell them all that much. Once they see the pictures,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
there's-
like, you have to have it, you know it, get it.
It's one of those games you don't get bored with. You know, I've played it probably 100 times, over 100 times now, and I'm still
Wow.
getting better. I'm still getting better in stages. There's certain stages I
That's
can improve
impressive.
on and keep getting better.
The game wasn't even out yet. He's played it 100 times.
Tell you what, you better
Look at
reserve this
Claptrap.
game before November
There he is.
21st, because that's when it comes out in the stores. I already got mine.
He finally ate a banana! That represents his character growth. He was finally won over. Now he's like, yes, I am a true Donkey Kong fanatic. I will eat this banana. Wow. Alright, well. So I didn't want to talk over that too much, although I know I did a little bit, but I want to go back and review certain parts of this video that I thought were especially interesting. But we will do that. I have an ad break coming up, and I also need to go to the bathroom again. This Baja Blast is, like, really getting to me, I'm telling you. But I gotta take another bathroom break, but when we get back, we will kind of go over this video in a little bit more detail. Because I kind of figured we would just watch it and I would just leave it at that, but actually there's some stuff here that I want to discuss, so we will do that in just a minute. But hang around, I will put on the great DKC remixes again. And I will see you in a minute. Sadly, I will cut it off just a little bit early, so I can jump back into this, because it's late. Okay, so, first of all, I didn't want to interrupt the video too much, but for those who came in from the raid, hi, I'm Courtney, and this is the Kremling Kronology. This is my effort to document Kremlings throughout their entire existence, in the games as well as in other official materials such as Nintendo Power and stuff like this video and player's guides and even officially endorsed stuff like novelizations, comics, and stuff like that. Why? Because I love Kremlings a lot, and they are my favorite fictional species of all time, and so this is my historical documentation project that I'm doing, and this is only the second stream of it. We have so much more months and months and months to go. And it's already been one of the most rewarding things that I've done as a streamer, so I'm very happy so far. So last time we played through Donkey Kong Country, in addition to reading the instruction manual, this time we're focusing on like the way it was advertised and the way that Nintendo themselves promoted it. And the next time we're focusing on fictionalizations of Donkey Kong Country. So we'll be reading the official novelization and some comics, and we'll see if I think of anything else to throw into next week's session. But I said I wanted to do it Friday, but I'm thinking I'll do Saturday again, because I wanted to do an afternoon stream today and I didn't get a chance because I had to move it to the evening. But I really want to do an afternoon stream to give more people a chance to come by that might not normally get to come by because I stream so late normally. So we'll shoot for Saturday afternoon next time. I think that's when you can plan on it. Yes, so much that I became one. Pay no attention to the way I actually look. I'm a crocodile at heart, through and through. But here, I wanted to go back and look at some parts of this video in more detail that I didn't want to talk over it too much. But, so again, thank you, Bob, for showing off your lovely collection of videos that you have. And I just really love the entire packaging that they went with for this. Like, it's almost kind of like understated in a really classy way. Like, I just kind of like how the whole thing is just these, this like palm tree background. It's like they could have made it like super crazy over the top maximalist 90s graphic design, but it's just like you get this mysterious package. It's just a videotape, but it's in this package. It's all covered in like these palm trees and leaves and ferns and stuff, and it just looks really nice. This like the plasticky trees that all of us old school DKC fans know and love. Like, it's just a nice aesthetic that makes me happy. I wonder if I go to this address in real life and I just like show up at their office and like, hey, you got any DKC exposed videos left over from 1994? Can you give me one? And then yeah, it comes with a little like insert, almost a little manual for the video. And like, I was trying to say this during the video, but I like how they just took the render of Funky's Flights where it says book now, like book a flight, but they kind of just use that to be like, well, you can also pre-order your game now, book the game at the same time. Yeah, you know, I really wish I had one. I'm thinking doing this series has already made me want to be more of a collector than I am. Like, you know, I have some stuff. Like, I've got, like I said, I don't have my manuals from when I was a child, but I have gotten these two over the course of my adult life. I actually don't have DKC3's manual, and I kind of want to see if I can get one before we get there, so I can have that in real life, too. I actually don't have the manual for DKC3 anymore at all, so... You know, I just want to collect some of these things just to have them, because they should wind up in the hands of people who care and love these games rather than wherever they might end up otherwise, in some landfill or something, you know? Yeah, I was saying that, and I noticed that Bob said the same thing at the same time, because it's a nice little clever detail that they did. There's the trilinear bitmap interpolation ditty, yes, we pointed out. Don't have a lot to say about the packaging because Bob already did such a great job. Great job, Bob. And then going back to the video itself. So the people that he's talking to here, like this group of people sitting at the lunch table with bananas, I think this is all the testers of the game, because like one of these people, yeah, I think some of them were the testers he was talking to. So it makes sense that one guy was like, I've played it 100 times. I guess if you're like a QA tester, he probably has actually played it 100 times. So that makes sense. I do think it's funny that the host guy just keeps refusing bananas, but then at the end he does eat one. It's like, there's a story hidden in this video, you know? So, yeah, I actually went to this, like, Art of Nintendo Power exhibit in real life once at a convention, and they had a lot of these. It's, like, really low quality in this video. You can't see them at all, but this is basically when people would, write letters to Nintendo Power. They would often draw fan art on the envelope itself. And they had a lot of those on display, like a lot of the original envelopes people had sent them with artwork on them that I saw in real life, so that was really cool. There were a couple ones that were, like, there was one that had, like, Diddy and Dixie and DK on them. There were a lot of Chrono Trigger ones. I remember seeing a lot of Chrono Trigger ones. There were some that were, like, particularly relevant for my interests. A lot of them just, like, Mario and Zelda, you know, obviously. There was, like, a Metroid one I saw that was really cool because it was, I think it was, like, Samus shooting a laser or some kind of beam, but they had used, like, glitter on it, and it was, like, really nice looking. I have a bunch of pictures. Maybe I can post them in my Discord, but, this is just such a good frame, just out of context. So, okay, this part where they're discussing the story is probably the most interesting part, right? So, if you were here for last stream, Dan Owsen is the person who wrote the manual. He was a localizer who worked at Nintendo, so he wrote the in-game script for a lot of Zelda games and some other games, but, like, A Link to the Past, and he worked on, like, Ocarina of Time as well. So, some of the most famous and high-regarded Nintendo games of all time, this guy worked writing the script of. But he also wrote, not this guy, it's the guy with the glasses a little bit later on, but he wrote the manual for the game, and I think helped with the in-game text, although I don't think he wrote it entirely, I don't remember, but he's at least credited for, like, helping with the in-game text as well. I think a lot of that was written by people at Rare, but he helped with it, but, I want to go through what he says about the story again, because I thought it was kind of fascinating.
Hello to Tony Harmon. He is the product development manager here at Nintendo. Tony, how you doing?
Pretty good. Welcome to the treehouse.
Thank you very much. And I want to know the story behind the game.
Are you here to talk about the story? I'm the wrong guy. We need to get Dan here. This is Dan Owsen.
Oh, Dan.
Okay, so he says Dan Owsen, which, but just based on the way his name is written, is what I would have thought. But Heil always says it Dan Owsen, so that's what I thought it was. But maybe it is actually Dan Owsen. It's O-W-S-E-N. Whatever. Is Dan? Dan is the important part. The host's name it's like George Wood, right? Is that it? Like, I don't remember his name. I know I've read it at some point, but I don't remember. Was that his name? I don't want to make a fool of myself. I'm not good with names. I'm only good with the names of Kremlings. I'm not good with the names of, like, human people. Hold on. I think this is the right person. Is it? Am I wrong? You making fun of me? Why are you all laughing at me? Did I name 30 Kremlings? Okay. No, I'm gonna do it. Okay. Clump, Crusha, Critter, Claptrap, Rock Croc, that's 5, okay? Clamp on, Clomp, Cruncha, Cannon. Okay, King K. Rool, that's someone I hadn't mentioned yet. Okay, that's 10. Cobble, Skidda, Copter, Bazooka, Recoil. That's 15. I'm halfway there. Kaboom, Clobber. Hold on. I gotta think. Who have I not said yet? Do crocoids count? Do crocoids count as a separate type? Okay, hold. Crimp. I haven't said Crimp yet for sure. Cackle. I'm almost at 20. I gotta think of another one. Okay, Cuff and Clout. That's 2 of them. So now I'm at 21. Okay, Clubba. Now I'm at 22. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. And then Cudgel's another one. And then, does Cleaver count as a Kremling? I think he's a Kremling possessing a sword, but I'm not gonna count him just to be safe. Cloak is definitely considered a Kremling though, even though he's a ghost, but he is for sure. Okay, so I'm at 24. Oh, that's George Wood. Okay, that's George Wood. That's, okay, no wonder I was confusing him, though. Okay, I'm at 24. I gotta think of some more. Hold on. Did I miss any from DKC? I'd be kind of ashamed if I did, because we had just been, like, looking so much at them. Are there even 30 Kremlings that exist? Yes, there are. Okay, some of the ones in DK64, like, don't have names, but I could, like, name them... But they don't have, like, official names, but, like, the mushroom guy, okay, so that's, like, 25, and then, like, the skeleton one from DK64, and the ghost, the ghost, and then, I know I'm missing some DKC3 ones, because I don't like them, but, I don't know. No, Naka and, Kachuka and Clasp, that's 30. Alright, I got 30 of them. Some of them don't, like, have real names, but... I forgot Crook and Klinger, who were, like, some favorites. I forgot a lot of the pirate ones. I forgot Cutlass, who is, like, literally me. It's, like, literally the one my Sona is based on. But, see, that just tells you how many of them are out there. That I did get just so many of the more obscure ones before I even got some of the better ones. Okay, so if the host of this is not George Wood, then who is he? What is this guy's name? What is this cool 90s guy? What is his name? Anyway... And, yeah, of course, all the individuals from Barrel Blast, I could have named them, too, but...
How are you?
Pretty good.
Good, Dan, I want to know something about this story.
Basically, we had a chance to kind of create a new story for Donkey Kong.
Wait, this is Michael Kelbaugh. I don't know how you say his... Kelbaugh? Is it Kelboff? Which means... Which means that... That's weird. He was not sold on the Kremlings, despite all of this, apparently. he was not won over to them. Kelbow? Kelbow? That's not... I wouldn't have guessed that after, like, 20 tries. But okay. Yeah, I don't know. He was not won over by all of the guys sitting down at the table talking about how cool Crusha was, I guess. But we'll get to that again later.
Kong. We gave him a world to live in, some supporting characters. Foremost among those, Diddy Kong, the little Kong wannabe monkey guy.
Little Kong wannabe?
He's a cool little dude who follows Kong around, tries to be just like him. The story actually picks up with Diddy sitting in the jungle guarding the banana horde. No sooner does the storm start, nightfall, Kremlings come, stuff Diddy in a barrel.
What are...
Kremlings are the tribe of evil reptilian beings who inhabit the island, and they're very envious of Kong's banana stockpile.
As we all are.
Yes, as anyone.
So yeah, when he was like Kremling, so he's like, fuck them, I don't care about them. I don't want to hear about them anymore. Yeah, it's probably not really this guy's fault, one way or the other, you know? Oh yeah, so if you weren't here for when we were looking at the, like, Nintendo Power stuff, they kept referring to DK as just Kong. Like, they were trying to go with that for a little bit before they settled into calling him Donkey Kong all the time, or DK, or Donkey, or whatever. Since he was the main guy, they just kept calling him Kong, which was really weird. Like, instead of going with Donkey, the Kong part is the part they went with, even though they're all Kongs, like the whole family is Kongs, but, so yeah, this is interesting because, when I went into this, I wasn't expecting this video to, like, talk about Kremlings at all. I thought it was just gonna be, like, this is gonna be talking about DK and Diddy, you know, maybe the animal buddies, but it's like, no, they are putting them, right up and using them as, like, a selling point, as something to get you interested in the game and the world of the game, you know, so... Yeah, that's really cool to me, because I didn't expect it. I thought it was just gonna be like, look at these awesome gorillas and, you know, monkeys and stuff, and there's also, they're fighting some reptiles, I don't know, but it's like, no, these are the enemies of the game, and they are important, they're an important part of the story, and we want to tell you a little bit about them, so that makes me happy.
The tribe of evil reptilian beings who inhabit the island, and
they are reptilian beings. Okay, again, so I feel like I would have to go back. I wish I had been doing this from the start, but I almost want to make a list of, like, ways that Kremlings were referred to in the early days before, like, because, again, they were very rarely actually called crocodiles until, I guess, DKC 2 really brought it home, literally. But here they are, evil reptilian beings. So, they are obviously, like, more crocodilian than anything else, but the fact that they were kind of, like, just weird, lizardy, reptilian creatures was, I guess, more... They wanted to keep them more flexible, I guess, so, I mean, going forward, maybe they didn't want all Kremlings to be crocodiles, maybe they wanted some of them to be more just kind of, like, weird reptile creatures, which, in that case, I guess the ones from DKC 3 were kind of just going back to that older, maybe, idea that they had for them.
Stockpile.
As we all are.
Yes, as anyone would be.
Yeah.
And they stuff Diddy in the barrel, punt it in the bushes, and grab all the bananas and take off with the loot.
Donkey wakes up and...
Next day, Kong wakes up.
Yeah, next day Kong wakes up. Yeah, I don't think this guy is Michael Kelbow, because I saw who this guy's name was at some point, I believe, and I don't think it was him, so, like... Someone look up, or I will look it up if no one gives me the good info, but I want to find out who this guy actually is. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Where's my bananas? He goes out to find him. Rescue his little buddy, find out where he is.
But Kong's angry, he's got his little buddy back, but he needs his bananas. So we get the Kremlins, we got Diddy, and we get the big fella. Tony, did you have a favorite character? Are there more characters in this?
There's a lot of characters. I like the whole Kong family. We got...
Josh Wolf. Okay, that sounds more like what I remember hearing. So, we'll go with that, but...
Cranky's the star of the original Donkey Kong game.
Still alive, is he?
Dad or grandfather played that game.
Wow.
Then we also have,
this is the thing that we were gonna
listen
to here.
There's a lot of characters. I like the whole Kong family. We got Cranky. Cranky's the star of the original Donkey Kong game.
Still alive, is he?
Dad or grandfather played that game.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think it's saying that Cranky is the dad or grandfather. I think it's saying, like, maybe your dad or grandfather played that game is what it's saying there about the original Donkey Kong, so... Which, you know, like, the game was just, like, 10 years old. Well, it was a little older than that, but, like, it wasn't that old at the time. It's like, oh, your grandpa played this game. Like, okay, well, I played, like, frickin' Donkey Kong Country Returns when it came out, and I'm not that old. Like, you know, like... You know, I played Donkey Kong Country when it was fairly new. I'm not a grandma yet, okay? But, yeah, like... I just want to watch the, like, Funky Kong zoom in again as well.
Then we also have Funky Kong. Funky is kind of the California surfing kind of...
Funky Kong.
Yeah,
there he goes.
Funky flights, and the Funky flights allow you to fly around to different parts of the game. We also got Candy Kong. Candy Kong is Donkey Kong's love interest.
Okay, good. I was wondering, maybe I could take a look at the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when I really thought he was gonna say that he wanted to take a look at Candy Kong. Yeah, you know, I guess California does canonically exist in the Donkey Kong universe, and so does France, because that's where On Guard's from. I want to get back to where the guys were talking about their favorite Kremlings again, because that made me happy. We're all sitting around the table. It's near the end, I guess. Oh wait, the part where they were talking about how good the music was, that was nice. We don't need to watch it again, but... Here we go, here we go.
On the radio is every daytime, you're kind of losing it, dude.
We got massive Smurfs attacking him on the scaffold level. What are the big blue?
Yeah, so they call the crushes massive Smurfs because they're blue. I mean, not every blue creature has to be a Smurf. Come on.
We got massive Smurfs attacking him on the scaffold level. What are the big blue buff?
Well, the reason why I like them is because, for one, they're big, they're blue, and they're buff.
Well,
and
then when you hit them, they kind of bounce. The morphing rocks. Those guys are so cool, man. You touch these barrels, and the lights turn on and off. And these rock guys are just kind of rolled up. When you hit this light, they unroll, and they start walking towards you. It's so cool.
And you gotta switch them on and off.
Sounds a little scary.
Yeah, they are scary.
I went to the fisher ride, and he just kind of pokes you with his swordfish front and
pokes the bad guys.
Yeah.
No. Do you guys get to ride? Do we get to ride minecart?
Oh yeah.
The minecart was a favorite stage.
That's your favorite.
I like how they're just like talking about their favorite characters. It's like Crusha, Rock Crocs, and On Guard. I love it. I love the variety of the characters that like stuck with people from playing this game. Everybody's got their favorite, you know. I got mine. But, yeah, like, I don't know, it just makes me happy. The like, frenetic pacing of the, like, cuts and the editing at the end of this video made me feel a little insane, so I kind of don't want to watch it again. He was, like, dizzying. I want to see him when he swims through the water again, though. That was good.
The water level. Now, in this level, you've just finished a really hard level in the game. We use this music and this.
You know what this
fairly
reminds me
easy
of?
level.
Have you ever seen that, like, Super Mario 64 commercial? Victor has it on his commercial rotation, if you have ever seen it, like, on his channel. But it was, like, a kid, like, next to Mario going through the SM64, like, world. And he's like, whoa, this is crazy! Like, that's what that reminds me of. Yeah. But yeah, so this video was very, very enlightening and entertaining to me. But, I didn't expect the Kremlings to be as important a part of it. I thought, you know... See, because when you're marketing a game like this, you feel like you want to talk about the heroes most of all. And, like, I don't know, they were recognizing even back then that, like, villains are cool. Villains can be a selling point. People might be into the villains, you know? If you were a weird little child like me, then that could have been the case for you. Wait, yeah, 661 bananas! They hadn't implemented the extra life rollover system yet. Like, I wonder what they... That's interesting, because I imagine that must have been a part of the design from the very beginning, because otherwise, like, why are you collecting all these bananas? Like, it was probably allowing you to get extra lives, but maybe it was something like... You know how, like, when you do the bonuses with the animal buddies, and then at the very end it counts down, and that would be, like, how many lives you got? Like, maybe it was kind of the same system, and so... Like, when you got to the end of a world or something would count down and give you... I don't know, like... Because there's no way they got, like, 661 bananas just, like, in Croctopus Chase. But, like, I don't know. Maybe it just counted down at certain points and gave you that many lives. Or maybe you just got an extra life every 100, but it just kept adding them instead of, like, rolling it over. But, yeah, that's interesting. That's really weird. Hey, Major Foley. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Yeah, the debug info... These are, like, the testers that he's talking to, so... That makes sense. Yeah, this is Michael here, I would imagine, maybe. And obviously Donkey Kong in the background. He's like, can I get a bananas? But yeah, honestly, like, I appreciate the raid, but I think I'm kind of done for the night. I don't really have anything else. It's been, like, 4.5 hours of looking at Nintendo Powers and watching this video, so, I guess I'll put the music back on and we can talk about... I need a good frame to leave this on while I talk about what's gonna happen next for the stream and for the chronology. Let me find the when he's swimming through the water again. Hold on.
It's kind of nice. Okay, now here we have the music that goes with the water level. Now in this level, you've just finished a really, really hard...
He's got like the Megamind head. It's like, where do you work out the library? This is a great... a good frame. Oh, man. Yeah, well, they did say there were billions of bananas in this game, so that would be a lot of bananas to have to collect to get 101%. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna put the music back on. Okay, so next week, keep your eyes out on my Discord and my Blue Sky and stuff, because this might change, but right now I'm thinking of doing the next session on Saturday again, but in the afternoon. However, it is the holidays, and I have stuff going on, and my friends keep wanting to do things and hang out and stuff, so it might change, but right now, plan on Saturday afternoon, a week from today, and we will read the novelization of Donkey Kong Country. We're going to look at some comics, some of which are in English. Some of them were, in English originally. Some of them were in German originally, but have been translated. Some of them were in Japanese originally and been translated. And some of them have not been translated at all, but we're still going to look at them, because we can probably figure out what's going on, because it's Donkey Kong Country and the plot is not that complicated. And some of them are just, like, humorous, so we could probably get enough of the context just from looking at them, but, yeah, so if you want to... That's going to be a lot of fun, I think. This was honestly way more fun tonight than I was expecting it to be, and I was expecting it to be fun too, but I think these streams where I'm not even playing a game and we're just, like, looking through stuff are some of my favorite streams ever, just in general. And one of the reasons that I was inspired to do this project at all is because earlier in the year, on April 1st actually, I read the novelizations of DKC, DKC 2, and Donkey Kong Land. And I had so much fun doing that. I was like, I need an excuse to do more of this type of stuff in the future. So I worked it into this project where we're not only playing every single game with a Kremling in it, but we are looking at as much, like, external materials that we can at the same time. So, look, I already have to make the Chris the Chris Berman emote. Like, I can't come away from every stream with, like, 3 new emotes as much, as I wish I could. I only got so many emote slots. But, yeah, I'm really looking forward to, next week. So, next Saturday afternoon, which would be December 20th, I think? Yeah, so sneaking up really, really close to Christmas. But other than that, I didn't get to stream much this past week because I had friends in town. But I do want to stream some more in the meantime. So, Christmas Eve, the annual tradition, Waluigi the Grinch, playing Mario Party 3 on chilly waters, but only stealing stars. That'll be coming up again. But, okay, I'll get 3 sound effects in a minute. But, this week, I'd like to do some... I think there's like a festive holiday mode for DK64 randomizer, so I might do one of those. It just kind of makes things look snowy and, I don't know, does some other, like, color change stuff. It's nothing extensive, but it's, an excuse to do it. And then there's another thing that I really want to get started soon, which is the rental randomizer challenge for Pokemon Stadium. The new rule set that I Ate Your Pie invented, which is kind of nice because you don't have to do it all in one sitting. So if I'm on a good run but it's getting late or something, I can just do it next time. And so that'll be fun. So there'll be a few things I've got in the mix instead of just only doing the chronology, because I think doing, like, one chronology stream a week works out really well. It allows people to, like, get excited for it, and it also allows me plenty of time to do whatever research and preparation I need to do in advance. So next Saturday. Next Saturday we will be looking at some fictionalized accounts of the story of Donkey Kong Country. You know, Andre, I could do that. I would have to just go through looking for all, like, winter and snowy music, which would be kind of hard, because I would have to, like... There's not, like, a pre-made Christmas music set, so I'd have to do that manually, but if I have time, I could do it. Or I could just, like, it's, like, only Chilly Waters. Like, every single song is Chilly Waters. Here's some sound effects for you. Alright, Jero, this one's for you. It's a little boring. I'm gonna turn the music off. Here, I'll give you a better one. I'm so generous. That one also wasn't very good, but that's 2 of them, so that's the most you're getting. A little lockjaw bite, not the big one, just a little. Okay, this one will be for you, Andre. God, we're getting some anti-bangers today. These kind of suck. I'll give you one more chance, Andre. Alright. And then this last one is for Jero as well. Nice white noise there. Alright, I've got to say that our sound effect selection of stuff we got tonight was very bad, so I will give you all a freebie. Hold on. There we go. You were all wanting it. You were all expecting it. You were all going crazy waiting for it. So I'll just give it to you. The first one that you got was like, I don't even. It was like swimming or something. I think it was like the swimming noise. I'll give you another good one. Hold on. What's another good one? A little bit less of an obvious one, but still good. Let's see. What do we have here? Oh, wait. One of my favorites ever. Alright. But on that note, it has been a good, a good stream, but it tired me out. I've had a really busy past couple days, so I'm gonna go crash. Alright, well, not a lot of people streaming again because it's late, so I will just send you all into sleepy times. So I will see you all soon. I don't know when, maybe Tuesday or Wednesday for something fun, and then we'll be back at this on Saturday. So if you're only here for Kremlings, you can come back on Saturday. But if you like Pokemon or other Kremlings, you can come back whenever I do DK64 Randomizer. I honestly don't feel like doing DK64 Randomizer this week. I don't know, maybe I'll change my mind, but I think the Pokemon Stadium thing is more likely, so if you like Pokemon, then, and another, it's similar enough in time, the mid to late 90s, the Donkey Kong mania, like, goes right into Pokemon mania, Pokemania, so, if you want to go back to that time with me, then that's where we're living right now. Reliving my youth. So, I will see you soon.